is nothing. Only warm primordial blackness. Your conscious ferments in it. No larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore. Ever. Never, ever. Never, ever, ever, baby. An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it. You got it, sweet brother. Nothing upon nothing upon nothing. Coming right up, sir. Smooth passage. Do you really? Alright. Nothing down to fuck all, borough.
О, привет, Раис. Ну все, я пойман. Поличным. Нормально. Я превышал, да? Нет, не может быть такого. Да, ну, не может быть такого. А. Чё, маслина орёт?
Я просто вышла из туалета. Почему ты на меня за это орёшь? Ты мне объясни. Мне надо было не выходить или не заходить туда. Что?
Я только в микрофон включил, как маслине давай выдавать.
Посмотри вот на это ебло. Ты нахуй на меня наорался? Мы сразу угомонились.
Да нет, нормально. А так как я, когда тогда это все дело делал, вот эти вот 8 часов катания, я не спал, короче, в тот день. И у меня мозг плыл. Так, ну, максимум мышцы затекали, и все. И внимание уже потихоньку начинало рассеиваться.
Not you. Your days of giving a shit and being that type of animal are over. Do you really? The song of death is sweet and endless. But what is this? Somewhere in the sore, bloated man meet around you. A sensation. Like a fly to the ointment, your conscience sticks to it. The limbed and headed machine of pain and undignified suffering is firing up again. It wants to walk the desert, hurting, longing, dancing to disco music.
You can take it. You're a champion.
The stench of liquor rises from your mouth, and with it, an ungodly headache. A fiery streak penetrates your skull, trying to force your eyes open. It's a sound. A clarion call from hell.
Нормально, я надеюсь, по звуку. Да? Ну, класс тогда. Опа.
You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants. It says whirling in rags on the aluminium key ring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door.
Так. Пройдемся. Большая бутылка красного командора совершенно пуста. Чтобы исследовать территорию, нажмите клавишу Tab. А почему этот переебан маленько шрифт? А, о, нифига. Ля-ля-ля-ля-ля-ля-ля. Удобно, удобно. Маленько шрифт переебан, что... Ну-ка. Гамма масштаб шрифта. Это еще в зависимости, какое пиво спить. Так. Давай приоденемся сначала. Че, галстук я вижу.
This fan has 2 chain pull switches.
Угу.
One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades.
Ну, в плане, вот типа, тут было написано, чтобы исследовать комнату, нажмите Tab. Но вот начало, оно было вот за рамкой персонажа.
Or has it been consigned there as punishment? You feel as though this creature is your friend and wants to reattach itself to your neck so that you may continue your adventures together in this strange world. The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now. You swoop up and catch the tie. Snap. It's released from the blade. Warning, warning, the necktie is no longer contained. What you have in your hand is a fantastically colorful tie with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot reminds you of a noose.
Интересно.
If it's your friend, why was it up there? Who ties their friend to a ceiling fan? Maybe this thing is dangerous somehow.
Я так одежду на дверь вешаю, блин. Хули удобно.
An ominous, foreboding feeling fills you as you look at the tie. A terrible mistake. Turn the lights off immediately. You can practically feel the photons burning a hole in your brain. The lights are off.
Ладно. Я не буду мучить алкаша. Кто-то вырвал пленку. Катушечный магнитофон все еще включен, но пленки в нем нету. Эх. Что у нас еще есть? Заполнить бутылки из-под вина, пива и ликера. Класс. Ага. Интересно.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off. Hot water sprays from the base, and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the outline of a man, Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor. Really, all recollection of the person you are, the people in your life, and even the world you're in has drowned in a sea of blood alcohol. This was no mere night of drinking. It was a deluge of world-ending proportions.
Жесть.
As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror. Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it. Behold,
Ва, ля какой. Бля, Петрович, что с тобой стало?
you have no idea who this thing is, do you?
Пресвятые угодники, что это? Пилот командорской. Да, я
It appears you're
суперзвезда.
also
Yes.
dead. There's clearly rigor mortis on your face. Oh wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why?
Я суперзвезда.
It's horrible. You're scaring yourself. You can't, can you? It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your face, and now it won't come off.
Пусть
What does it
улыбается.
even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey?
Так. Да какая гримаса боли? Как счастливый. М. Я все еще буду клонить, что я суперзвезда.
You should check yourself for a pulse, superstar. From here it looks like a cadaverous spasm. You find no sign of life on your swollen neck. However, putting your hand on your chest reveals an irregular heartbeat. You appear to be alive, for now.
Давай.
Like the rest of you, it
Yeah.
comes from a bad place somewhere in the past. That's all you know for now. It's too late. Like an image on film. The expression belongs to your primary motor cortex. It would take a minor
Yeah, no.
neurological miracle for you to cease producing it.
Да, поебать, гримаса заебись. Всё. Так,
A mirror hangs on the
получается?
bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
чтобы открыть эту белую проверку. На это, на это. Ну да, кстати, вообще удобно. Читать, говорить. Все есть. Так, это не открывается.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in.
А он же уже полностью вышел, не полностью? Зайчик-то.
The morning light hurts your eyes. It's hazy,
А,
but you see
4.
the ocean and some war-torn buildings.
Ну... У девушки моей есть тут в библиотеке зайчик. Как-то это... Сидели в дискорде, ответы выбирали. Но учитывая, как там эта ВН-ка сделана, она для самих ВН-ок она выглядит прям нормально. Оцениваем урон.
What do you mean?
В смысле?
How would you do that? What are you even trying to do?
Мысли, блять.
The morning light hurts your eyes. It's hazy.
Ладно. Мне наиболее хотелось оценить этот ваш урон. Поебать. О. Ух, что за тяги? А, это только левая. Бля. Ой, плохая концовка.
The fan stands a terrible mistake.
Давай,
Your
кто на
eyes
новенького?
burn with
А!
photosensitivity. It's not good.
Бля. Ладно. Мой интерес меня же и погубил. Крипмарт 51-го года. Ля. Так. Че, музычка? Ва.
Hello, officer.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips.
No.
There's only one solution to this. You're a businessman.
Ты бизнесмен. Ты чувствуешь себя королем. В классе мисс танцовщица Оранская.
Because you're a police officer, sir.
О, да, я полицейский еще и какой. Давай.
Okay, cool. I won't.
She means it. She wouldn't defy authority, however sweaty and bloated it may look.
Откуда вы знаете, что
First, I have to ask. Are you okay, sir? You look like you're about to throw up. Can I bring you something?
She's right. Something wants to come out through your mouth, right in front of her, right here. It makes you put your hand on your stomach and swallow.
Начало огненное, ну. А почему вы нет? А ты сам играл? Не играл в диско Elysium? Так, ну, так, я суперзвезда. Я продолжаю действовать оптимистично.
Sir, you've been here for 3 days. On official police business, no less.
Максимум на подачку, а как же бесконечное лето? Ладно. Она сказала, типа, вы... You have been here for 3 days. Почему вы уже здесь 4-й?
Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
Бля. Понял, понял.
The words have already left your
Блядь.
mouth.
Я хочу
What was
перечпухнуться.
that? That's not even how words are used. What did you say? Come on. Say it again.
А, давай.
No. You see, that's not what you said. You said...
Я суперзвезда, женщина, ты чё?
Come on, man. Pretty, please. One more time.
Ну ладно, давай еще раз можем.
Goddamn right you did. You crazy asshole, you. What kind of cop are you?
Якуб суперзвезда.
Okay, that's cool. Or if I can just maybe ask you to elaborate on that superstardom a tiny bit.
Действие не закончен. Бля. Have been А, ну, кстати, да. Бля, я уже личные времена уже все позабывал в английском языке. Поэтому если я с кем-то пытаюсь хоть как-то общаться на английском, я просто делаю короткие, но четкие предложения. Потому что формировать что-то сложное и большое, это вообще жестко. Лично для меня. Я суперзвезда.
I have certainly been entertained. Thank you. Whatever you are, you should stick to it.
Я хочу с вами перечпокнуться. Я суперзвезда.
It's gonna suck for you later when you have to interrogate me.
Где шляпа нужно делать?
And for the record, no, I didn't do it.
Опа. Похоже, на самой пепельнице отличный длинный окурок. Оно еще дымится. Затяжечку бы хорошую, плотненькую затяжечку бы. О. На столе что-то есть. Опа. Опа, чирик. Еще дымится. И это не про окурок. Лаос. 11 градусов Цельсия. До запаха моря становится дурно. О, ля, тяга вторая. О, а это что? Тебя мывает порыв соленого ветра. Мы в Питере. А, ой. Там же болото.
There they both are. Two identical shoes, both copiously green and
Знаменитое Питерское море, да-да-да.
reunited on your feet,
Бархатные тяги на месте.
like two baby crocodiles. It's pretty clear a normal cop is not what you are.
Я коп суперзвезда.
Good, they're balanced, comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now, truth be told.
Так. Готово. Идите второй ботинок. Терял своего брата. Найдите пропажу, прежде чем отправиться в неизвестность. Два ботинка лучше, чем один. Так. Зеркало, зеркало, разбитое окно. Эквилибристика -2. Крест. Да, это хорошо. Так. Пусть будет так, пока что так.
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it.
О, Тудун, Тудун. Разрешите покурить.
The living shit. Your mesolimbic reward pathway does not mince words. It wants smokes. Who knows what you are? A monster, a murderer, the gnome of Jeroma? You feel like a smoker, especially when you look at that juicy, succulent, seductive cigarette stub, still smoldering deliciously. How very astute of you. This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette, or better yet, an entire pack. Strike that. A carton. Make sure they're all healthy and able-bodied. Then smoke them all.
Не сможет покурить, он покурю я.
The idea seems to make your neck expand. Suddenly, the garish tie feels very snug.
Like a cat rubbing itself against its owner's calves. A cat that wants you to smoke a lot.
Хуя себе конституция. 4 рубля не хватает. Возьми, чё мне?
Or you could not do that. No one is making you.
станет моим главным приоритетом. Хочу ли я курить в игре? Я подумаю.
Good. Thinking about yummy cigarettes in your mouth is the next best thing. Make sure you think about juicy sticks of tobacco all the time, though. It doesn't count if it's not all the time. And when you're done thinking about them, graduate to getting them. Plus, smoking them gives massive bonuses.
О, новое задание найти сишки. Так, с кем еще можно взаимодействовать?
The door is closed. There is no one. You hear the shower being turned. A tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you. The door is closed.
Ладно. Томб Лемонт. Ух ты, ля какой, что за мужчина? Летний вход закрыт на зиму. Текст песни. Старый добрый микрофон для караоке. Так и ждешь, чтобы кто-нибудь спел в него. Он подключает к радиоприемнику. Музыка то и дело прерывается
You
помехами.
should totally sing karaoke here. The first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast oceanic soul.
Но он... Оно на распродажах вообще очень дешево продается обычно. И прям иногда... Мне лично иногда было обидно выпускать такую скидку из рук. Потому что до этого она и где-то, блин, рублей 200, наверное, стоила. Да, рублей 200, как я помню. Сейчас вот оно, если стоит 180. Так, пока не обращаем внимания. Я не это. Я, конечно, суперзвезда, но не знаю.
A man in his late 20s stands behind the counter, inspecting a stuffed seabird. As you approach, he gives you a sideways glance, then looks down again. That was disdain in his eyes. Even now he is purposely ignoring you. Looks like he's not a fan. A competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and drying mugs. One of its wings broken. Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it, most likely on a wall. Something about it makes you feel bitter.
Это горечь.
Look, your buddy is over there. Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
И...
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager. I have 3 cafeterias to manage. 3. Sylvie tends the bar here, not me. I'm only standing in. She just, you know...
There's something there, and it's not good. That's all you know for now.
Oh no, you're a hero. A real hero cop.
Could the massive property damage upstairs have anything to do with this?
Yes, you are. A real decorated hero.
Реально коп-суперзвезда получается, все сходится.
What did you not do? First you took the body down, then you solved the murder, then you didn't trash my hostel room. Maybe you even negotiated the strike. You're right, you didn't, and it's only taken you 3 days not to.
Еще клетки. Crazy. I was crazy once. I was locked in the room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. Привет, доберу. Так, сейчас я по-быстрому запас чая пополню в эту жару. Короче, это какая-то то ли паста, то ли чай, я не помню. Чё? Ну. Так.
No, I haven't seen you around. I'm not always here.
Меню стерто. Единственное слово на доске — понедельник. Класс. Кулер с водой. Ну, пузырек поднимается на поверхность. Тут доносится тихое урчание электрической соковыжималки. Кто-то работает. Жесть. Дверь закрыта на замок. Объявление до часу дня. Вход на кухню только для персонала. Вау. Блин. Стол зарезервирован для членов профсоюза. Открывается в 4. Автомат. Этот автомат королевского пинбола не подключен. Обидно.
Hello, sweetie.
Лена, жена криптозоолога.
You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting.
О,
A
ты ебать.
bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. Looks like he's waiting for someone. As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting. If an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way to save you. You are sure of this, but why?
Неважно, кто он, я ему пожму руку.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
You realize he's waiting for your name. This is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Get creative. Conceptualize.
Поехали!
Raphael Ambrosius Gustav. You instinctively run your hand over your multi-patterned orange tie. The sensation of wrinkled silk somehow makes the name sound even cooler.
More classy! Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau is one classy name, and you're one classy cop.
О, коп суперзвезда Рафаэль Амброзиус Кусто. Поехали.
Yes. Well, it looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here? If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area. Now that I'm here as well.
Да, только что
I
импровизировал,
understand
не
he's
надо.
off back, right? It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews?
Продумал.
Good. But even if you haven't, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case. Have you removed the dead body from the tree? So, the body is still in the tree.
Я не помню, значит, этого не было.
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred for the body to no longer be in the tree.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
А что если... Давай, вот что если?
We all feel that way sometimes. There is no such thing as a police officer, I'm afraid. What remains is that there is a dead body in the tree. Someone has to figure out who put it there. If we don't, no one else will.
Я думал, ты просишь, блядь, удостоверение, вот это вот, все, ксиву предоставил. Не,
And
нихуя.
then, soon after, dead bodies would be dangling from all the trees.
Это жестко.
But first, we have to take it down. I was sent here to meet a detective from Precinct 41. You have the insignia of the citizens' militia on your sleeve and on your back. I suppose you could be impersonating him. You could have gotten the insignia from the black market or forged it. But for now, I'm going to set those possibilities aside. I'm not from the Inspectorate General. Yes. They are not just white rectangles. They bear a halogen watermark with the letters RCM and a pattern resembling the street grid of Revachol West.
Хорошо.
I would ask you to step into the headlights of my motor carriage, but again, it's none of my concern. I just need you to do your job.
I'll become the law. Ладно.
You mean you don't have a badge? Oh, if you didn't have your badge, then that would be very bad. You would need to report it on my shortwave. But since you do have it, we can go straight to the task at hand.
Питерское пиво не пьют. О, привет, чудак.
I can see you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. But I have seen officers go through worse. Much worse. If you need something for your headache, there is a general store nearby. But as I said, the dead body should be our #1 concern. Talk to the manager. Then we go out back and take the body down. After you, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him whenever by interacting with him.
Yes? What do you want to know? Maybe you can tell me what you do know to help me narrow it down a bit. Do you want me to brief you?
Симпровизирую.
3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute. A security guard or worker of some sort hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find him or her is one of our tasks here. For now, all we know is that the tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
Я все равно ничего не понял, ладно.
That's us, the Revachol Citizens Militia. We're the police in this city. That's right. You mean like a brief? There's no reason to wing anything. If you didn't get 3 days ago, during that time, the victim had been... Okay then. Was there anything else? No, it's not a particularly mysterious case. The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that.
Белый мужчина, смотри, чего же более. Конечно, блядь, конечно.
I'm relieved that you agree.
Серьезно?
He is glad and surprised to see an officer who can appreciate the less than spectacular.
Do you know the feeling when you've begun filling in a crossword, but some of your answers don't quite seem to fit? That's the feeling I have right now, for some reason. It will turn into quite the puzzle yet, I'm afraid. I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
Писька берень.
His disdain is clear. This man would not use such an expression otherwise.
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it. That's good. It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim. Later. Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case? Good.
No response. He just arches his brow.
Have you tried concentrating on something?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
Really? You look fine to me. This psychodrama is unbecoming of an...
Clearly, he prefers to think you're malingering. He cannot fathom that anyone could drink so much as to retroactively erase their entire life.
Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station's Lazareth. Was there anything else you wanted? Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation.
Чекай, отстой.
That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know? What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary. The lieutenant is a police officer of the old school. His concerns are material and extrinsic. But this isn't an old school case.
So what? That makes you the new school? God spare us. For real detective work, nothing beats a good notebook by your side.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook, and that's where his conversations with himself. We all have our different mediums. His is written. You're super lucid, yet psychedelic. You don't need office supplies to connect to your nervous system. You're special.
That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. So was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's not an interesting topic.
Что такое соль? Так.
It's a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity and a geographic division. I told you it wouldn't be interesting. You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents, and I've never been to Seoul. I'm a regular Revacholier.
Revacholier, нифига.
That's correct.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this, but you can't quite muster enough testosterone.
Are they?
You could use a good, normal peer yourself.
Не, ВК. Я, наверное, сегодня без валика буду. Я лучше вот побалдею. Что-то мне после овера пока не хочется что-то это на сегодня.
No.
The lieutenant nods.
Good. Let's change the subject. Excuse me? You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to move a bit erratically. They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. Prioritizes containers. I don't know. Containers contain, I guess. I'm making assumptions.
Passing along frivolous interdepartmental stereotypes is not usually his oeuvre. He regrets bringing it up.
Ладно. Так. Показание тела. Лазарет. Угу. Ладно.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He
С
drops the
жиденькой
ledger he was
бородкой.
holding and turns to the lieutenant.
Mr. Gart, right? You run this place.
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41?
У меня сейчас в активном поиске.
Right. Now, I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene. It also took you a while to call us and report the dead body. It was you who placed the call, yes?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many, many cafeterias I manage.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to
Привет,
start
краб.
working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that.
He probably means this is where you step in and ask your questions. His face expresses profound doubt in your having this.
She went away because none of your business. Oh my god, what is your obsession with this?
Maybe it's he who's obsessed with this Sylvie person. Certainly sounds like it.
Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there. That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through.
Does he want you to feel guilty of making that hole?
I don't know who killed him. I'm not...
The lieutenant turns the page in the little notebook he's been scribbling in.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
Ну, у меня даже чирика нет в кармане, ты хули.
No one is saying the multi-pattern necktie you found tied to the ceiling fan can talk. No one. It must be merely imagination.
Imagination.
Let's bail! Time to push the eject button! Sounds like a responsibility! You don't like those!
У меня эквилибристика 0, я даже стараться не буду. А, ладно. Ладно, поехали.
One moment you're running like the wind, then you've suddenly turned around and are giving him the finger, furiously, with both hands. Why?
Блин, скрин. Dumb ways to die.
That's true, yes, and it's worrying. But let's not fixate on it. Look at that stupid bartender instead. He has no idea what's going on. You and your fuck you fingers floating in the air. Barkeep's got his mouth agape like an idiot. You
Watch out!
Блядь. Дамы. Ладно.
Everything goes dark.
Back so soon. It was no accident. Those were disco moves from your spinal cord. The spinal cord has yet to reveal itself to you. Its mysteries are unholy mysteries. If it comes off like that, it's because it is. And you are. I was wrong to let you go. I should have kept you here. Is it bright where you are? Is it terrifying? Have you felt the love?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Are you okay?
No, you have sustained a trauma to your lower neck. In addition, you have strained your left trapezius muscle. Pain surges down your back when you move.
The chair took the brunt of it. Don't worry.
Are you sure, ma'am?
Давай, Рейст.
Yes. Check on him.
Sir, I didn't mean for this to happen. I'm sorry. This has always been a cop-friendly place. The drinks are on the house, okay? There were a lot of drinks on the tab. I still have to charge you for 3 nights and the broken window, though. That's 100 square.
Скидон в 30 реалов. Кайф.
Don't thank me yet. You still owe me 100 real. If you don't have it by tonight, I just can't let you up there. And for God's sake, watch out for yourself.
Бля.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it. But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere. Why did you say that?
Лейтенант Цураги, ты не знаешь, где находится конь.
You don't really know, do you? Something produced by the random firing of synapses doesn't sound like a place you can stay if you run out of money.
Бомжику, поехали!
Entertain the thought when you get the time. Maybe being a hobo and a cop has its advantages.
Yes?
Hello, sweetie.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
Why, you are, officer. And have you found anyone to be sweet to? The mating rituals aren't the good part, sweetie. I know it's none of my business, but you look like you need someone to take care of you. I suppose all of us do at one time or another. I don't know what I'd do without Morel. You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
This Lena is wacky enough for the Motley Crew. Hire her on the spot.
Oh, I'm perfectly all right. I'm more worried about you. What was that? Don't beat yourself up over it too much, dear. People do strange things when the old fight or flight kicks in. I'm just glad you weren't injured. Yes, dear. I'm a paraplegic.
A paraplegic is someone with limited or no ability to use the lower half of their body. Paraplegia is caused by spinal cord injuries, like falling from a great height, or a grenade explosion.
That's quite all right. I'm used to people asking questions. I know they're thinking about it anyway.
There is no bitterness in her voice. She accepted the curiosity her condition inspires a long time ago.
Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be that bad. Oh my. You know where we are, right? That's right. And where is the Whirling in Rags cafeteria itself located? We're in the city of Revachol, dear. How would I even begin to tell you? Revachol is the most beautiful city in the world. We're fortunate to be here, you and I. I haven't seen very many other cities personally, but everyone says so. Revachol is a rare jewel. This city used to rule the world, though it has seen better days. Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes? That's right, dear. How splendid. Here, take this pen. Knowledge should always be rewarded.
Ручка. Еще и с обезьянкой. Да! Вот это я понимаю.
Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried about you there.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government?
Нами правят копы.
Oh, sweetie. It's really not. There used to be people who thought that way. Other people who wanted those things, but they all went extinct. Revachol is a zone of control led by an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have almost no government of our own, and certainly no dictatorship of the proletariat.
But they still have cops.
Oh dear, this is troubling. You really ought to know that, being one yourself. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution. But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
You didn't do too well, dear. You really only knew what year it is. It does look like you're having trouble remembering things. history and places, reality in a word. It's very odd.
A sigh. The lieutenant buries his nose in.
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs, and while I'm no doctor, such bouts of amnesia are often temporary, so I wouldn't worry too much.
She means this sincerely. Worrying won't do you any good.
A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so they came and ended it. This was 42 years ago. It has something to do with everything. I really don't know how to explain it better.
I'm just a poor woman, she thinks. What do I know of these things? And how can I help you?
Someone more educated in sweeping matters. Maybe you should ask.
No, I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either. I'm a detective.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez. Whatever do you mean? Ah, yes. Probably Roll With Me by the Fletchers. People often quote the Fletchers at me. Morel says it's my theme song.
Ладно, похуй, я попробую этот вариант.
Oh, sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about your financial troubles. When do you get your next paycheck?
If she could, this woman would feed and clothe you and every other sad, lost person on this earth.
Поехали!
Your deportment remains dignified as you shed a single manly tear.
Sweetie, I only have a few cents on me, but I could give you this to pawn. Just to tide you over.
Wonderful. He has a pin.
The pin is round and slightly tarnished. 3 sailboats in bas-relief with the sun hovering over the water behind them. A chipped green banner at the bottom reads, San Baptiste, Summer 31, Dinghy Races.
Oh, it's not an ancient family heirloom or anything, but I suppose it would be nice to get it back.
Ну ладно.
Of course, dear. Good luck with your case.
Кто-то из зрителей? Да? Надпись указатель. Нахер полиция. Fuck the police, fuck the police, fuck. Пойдем на труп посмотрим. Или... это улица. Ким, что скажешь?
Yes?
Ну ничего не скажу, ладно. Угу. Так, что в итоге есть? По реальности... Значок. Нет, не рассказывал. Так, ущерб. Понятно. Узнать о звонке. Ну, ладно. Тогда пошли сначала труп посмотрим. Жесть. Опа. Жесть. Буква R украшена короной. Ага. Давай-ка надо съебе его.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, there's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but still. Well, it is a container. Maybe you're prioritizing it.
Trash, food waste from the cafeteria. They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence too. What do you mean, feel? I agree. We should get someone from the remote viewers division here. Oh, it might also be evidence. The mob could have disposed of something in there. We should get it open. We could try using a pry bar. There's one in my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
He might also have information. This is better than the pry bar idea. Well, it is a...
Trash, food waste from the cafe...
Well, it is...
Trash, food waste from the cafe...
Well,
Trash? What do you mean, feel? I agree. We should get all the detectives from all the precincts who experience extrasensory perception go to the remote viewers division. None, because they don't exist. We should still access...
Well, it...
Trash, food waste from the cafeteria. They lock these containers to keep the derelicts... What do you mean? I agree. We should... Oh. It might also be evidence. The mob could have disposed of some...
Well, it is a container.
Trash, food waste... What do you mean, feel? I agree. We should get someone from the... Oh.
Ладно.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
Ну да.
Heavy workers' boots with reinforced toes and hobnails, all over the yard. Isn't this something an industrial worker would wear?
Noted.
What do you think you are? A super detective?
Fuck.
You're hungover. These are just dents in the mud. No pattern emerges for the time being. An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack.
Ладно. Магний пог. Подожди, она просто добавилась, типа, что у меня это? Прикольно. Понял. Ага, все.
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in even through your clenched nostrils.
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
Ну, у меня одно хп, так что, возможно, я могу откинуться, если бы я этот бросок сейчас пошел бы сделать.
He's about to blow! Cock's gonna blow, Kuno!
Kuno's got this.
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then this is it. He's almost exquisite in his ugliness, like a
Блять.
gremlin.
Так. Нормально, нормально.
Oh yeah, Nappa Gumpy Kuno!
Да, да, это охуенно. Это охуенно.
Right in the dick, Kuno! Get him right in the dick!
Love it in the dick.
The boy is sweating profusely. His eyes are like two black holes and his jaw is twitching as if trying to break free from the empire of his body. The kid is obviously high.
Fuck that! Kuno, yeah! Right in the mouthhole!
They pay you no heed or pretend not to notice you.
Shits himself.
The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at him, Kuno!
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno is not a gardener.
We shouldn't do anything. I don't tempt such forces. Just take it easy.
The fuck are you talking about?
He's calling us Kuno! He says we're fucking each other!
Fuck no. Kuno doesn't buy that shit. Fucking entrapment shit. Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got. Shitload pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno! Pig's choking! He's totally...
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
Kuno's fuck gimp. Kuno uses the fuck gimp for target practice. Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down. You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional. I don't know. Some fucking... Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking... Kuno gives this info out on a need-to-know basis. And you don't need to know. Kuno didn't smoke the gimp, if that's what you meant.
Thanks, Kuno. That's one name you can now cross off the list.
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno!
You're testing...
Get lost,
Kuno's Kuno, pig?
В натуре.
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third-person perspective as a shield.
Shoot that shit at Kuno, pig-o-naught. Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it? Dunno. Kiptas gardener used to work there. Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it. Shit's nothing to Kuno. Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just says shit.
Yeah, her. What was she doing in the greenhouse in March anyway? What kind of gardening? Yes, it seems suspicious. You don't like things being like that. Suspicious.
Don't be wondering about Kuno's shit, pig. Fuck does Kuno care about your hunch? That's your shit. You figured it out. Look at that fucking shit. You're trying to get Kuno killed. Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking acrobat.
The lieutenant takes a quick note.
It's a trap, Kuno! Don't climb it, Kuno!
That's just some shit roofing gimps left behind.
Was there something here you were supposed to pick up on? As soon as it crosses your mind, the thought...
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Yeah?
А,
Yeah,
уж,
whatever.
подожди.
Yeah? Look, fuck does...
The lieutenant...
It's a
Yeah, whatever. Kuno, the fuck about it?
Get lost,
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Класс.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in. I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for life.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
You don't want to fuck with me. I got my hands bloody. I'm not here, pig. You're not seeing this.
You can still see the top of her hat from behind.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. I come from the woods, Kuttavittu. You don't want to
Это
go
же
there with
очевидно
me.
финский
You don't want
язык.
to see what I've seen.
Витту. Сатана.
Don't be traumatizing her. Get the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck
I'll
out.
die before I... Murder was the case they gave me.
The fuck?
I'll die before I... What's this kid shit? Fucking mind games.
Get the fuck out of it.
Понятно. А, ну понятно.
This Postlavantorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the front.
Хороший ящичек.
The box seems happy. Eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and St. G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also.
Шатал этот ящик, блядь. Ау.
The mail collection box seems cathartic, thankfully.
Изи плюс мораль.
The box seems happy.
Так, хорошо. Да. Только вот сильно тектонического действия, тротуар треснул. Давай. Подожди, опа. Предположение могли бросить. Угу. Может, это больше было какое-то морское чудовище, конечно.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and bullet holes in the front.
This is Sparta!
There is a hollow ring as you kick the box. It sounds like it's mostly empty. Your toe hurts now. You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm, your jaw. Very, very bad. All you feel is pain and weakness. You have to surrender now. We all do. It gets so dark. You don't even see her face. Like you, cop suffers final heart attack. A detective lieutenant of the RCM passed away yesterday. His death, though abrupt, did not come as a surprise to those who knew him. He was the heaviest drinker I'd ever met. Captain Ptolemy Price, the deceased superior officer, commented, "That ain't easy on the ticker." He loved his liquor, sure, said Detective Chester McLean, friend.
Бля, видно, что не было что-то типа он пнул ящик и умер. Не, он есть. Так. Что еще по Ривашолю погулять? Теперь в нем растет дерево. Жесть. Так, это я читал.
Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number 57. Vapor emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle. It hasn't had time to cool off yet. This must be the infernal machine
Infernal
that
machine.
Elysium. In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Okay. Двадцатого.
This is the Kupris Kinema, my motor carriage. You can use the toolbox and the radio if you'd like.
Motor carriage, motor carriage. Something bad with a motor carriage. A dark lump rises in your throat. Nothing, nothing. It's probably nothing. Forget I brought it up. Please proceed with the carefree lollygagging.
Либо 20-го, либо 21-го до 4. Окей. Хорошо.
Nothing, nothing.
Okay.
It's probably nothing.
No, I'm afraid not. We have a murder case on our hands, remember? Yes, sorry about that. The Kupris Kinema does have a rather distinctive engine sound.
He says it with very badly concealed pride.
The Kupris motorcar does provide most of our patrol vehicles, yes.
Eek.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of a metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools. Like
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work? The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand, useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids. The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap go the cutters in your hand. It's robust, weatherproof, and well-made. Police issue, blue. Lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
there's no use pressing the heat button. It won't start without the ignition key.
Translation. We're not going anywhere right now.
Спасибо, риторика, я бы не понял.
Alternative translation. Don't even think you can drive my MC. The frequency tableau lights up, and the green button labeled Prime Line glows like a feline eye. And then you hear something. The soft purr of electrical kittens. Radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st precinct here. I'm putting him on.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a second, officer.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in. Over.
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle, smoking, with a large white rectangle sewn on his vest.
10-4, what's your status? Over. 10-18, 10-20, over. 1018, 1020. State your message, sir. Over.
But you said
10-9, repeat message, over. 10-4, message received. This is a very...
Is it him? What does he want?
Says he lost his badge and...
He what? He lost his badge?
This is Communication Officer Jules P. You mean your partner?
What is this?
He's asking...
I'm his goddamn partner.
It's your partner, Satellite Officer Vitmar, sir. Over.
Did he lose his memory along with his fucking badge?
Who lost his badge?
Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
He says this has probably happened to other policemen before him and laughs sarcastically.
Oh goddamn it. Is he fucking kidding? The whole station's gonna be dicked for this.
Satellite Officer Vicmar is wondering if you might be joking.
Mullen dicked us.
Дикий дик в натуре.
10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what?
His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
10-9, come again. I didn't get that.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him. Sergeant Orson wants to know.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. Okay, it's gone.
Don't sweat it, Bratan. You don't need a gun.
Бля, еще помимо удостоверения еще и пистолет проебан.
It's not all over.
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
Lying over the phone? It's easy. Just say it like it's the truth. And then
Yes.
it becomes it.
He says he didn't.
Thank God for that. That would have been a nightmare. I don't even want to imagine the poor prick who has to relay that kind of news to the captain. Losing his badge is bad enough. Tell him to find it, and fast. We can't have...
We're all glad to hear you've not lost your gun, officer. You need further assistance. Over. 10-4, I hear you.
What does he want?
He's asking for money.
Is he fucking kidding?
I don't think he is.
Don't give that asshole anything.
Right. That's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over. He says it's
He isn't getting a...
request denied, sir. Anything else, sir? Over. Okay.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through. Be smarter.
10-4, sir. I'm not hearing your question.
What? What is it?
He wants to verify.
But of course, it says Dick Mullen.
Tell him to stop wasting...
What do you need, sir? Over.
Ладно, это не получится.
10-9, repeat message. I didn't get that, sir. Over.
What? What is it?
He seems intoxicated and...
Mullen's drunk and emotionally aggressive. That's new.
Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunken antics.
Say my name, понятно.
10.
You probably don't want to...
Come again,
Ладно.
sir. I didn't get that. 10-9, over.
Пистолет проебан. Удостоверение проебан, да. Мы все еще Рафаэль Амброзиус Кусто. Поэтому нормально.
Understood, sir. Over. Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
18 kilometers to the south, in the 41st Precinct's relay booth, a small crowd has gathered around Communication Officer Jules Oldboy Pidier, around a dozen cops. The small room is filled with cigarette smoke, abuzz with laughter, when Officer Judith Minot enters, Her left arm is in bandages, and her hair trimmed.
What is going on here? Did something happen?
What happened is my partner made contact, and it's not good. He's lost his badge. He seemed confused, delirious even.
Mac, the torso Torson, is finger-fucking his fist, laughing hoarsely and apparently telling some dirty story to his partner, Chester McLean, near the entrance.
Бля, уже листать придется... Да, уже все. Подожди. Если было бы say my name, то нет, тут типа... Но, видимо, нет.
Yeah, Mullen was fucked, alright. Sounded fucking drunk to me.
Yeah, Mac's right. This was some gnarly shit there. I mean, before he started begging for money, it was...
Enough! None of this is funny. It's fucking sad. That's what it is. He's a cop. He's one of us, goddamn this.
We must help him.
Yeah? How do you fucking plan to do that, huh? Get him off the drink? Go jogging with him in the morning and get him on carrot juice? He's a lost man.
I just know we can't give up on him when he's at his weakest. He wouldn't.
Mac, man the door. You know what he told me? I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. Those were his words. This shit does not leave this room. Not a word of this to the captain. Or anyone else. We'll give him a couple of days to put his shit together.
I guess I can hold off the report for a few days.
Good. Okay, everybody. Nothing but a prank call here. We all got our laughs.
Far north, on the other side of the motorway, the officer quietly hunches with his hand in the motor carriage.
Так. Подожди. А, вот, да. Ладно, я пока это буду придерживать, так что пусть будет.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Of course. What is the number, officer?
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi slowly begins to tap a little rhythm with his right foot.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello? Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
You can hear resentment in her tone. She's not thrilled to be talking to you again. There is no resentment in her tone. She wants you to ask her out. No question about it.
You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir.
Why not?
Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone. You know who.
You think you hear a sliver? Don't be paranoid. She's obviously talking about someone else.
I really don't want to talk about this. Let's just forget about this, okay? Maybe, I don't know. No? Not me. No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the Union's phone, or the one on the coast.
So the Union has a phone, and there's one further down the coast. Got it.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the Union already knew about the corpse. No one calls the police. The Union would get angry. You know, what the Union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Mm-hmm.
Garbage.
I am the law.
Legally, no. In reality, yes. Martinez is de facto policed by the Dock Workers Union.
Words are not necessary to feel the lieutenant's discontent for the situation.
I didn't want to get in trouble with the...
Push her further. No, don't push her. It sounds as if she's about to cry.
The other people who live around here. Local people,
Her voice is resigned and weak.
You don't live here. You don't understand.
No, then.
Squealing is frowned upon here. Everything is dealt with, well, by the Union, internally. Please, I just didn't want any trouble. I didn't know I had to report it. I thought someone would take him down eventually. Yes, I know. It's just... Was there anything else? Yeah, go on. I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her.
Давай,
After
чудак.
whirling in rags.
I'm not mad, it's just... You were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skua thing happened. Just made me want to quit. The stuffed bird, the great skua. You threw it against the wall while
Ой.
fuck that bird and laughing like a maniac. I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there. Didn't seem like you had fun doing it, though. Yes, obviously. You were the worst client I've ever seen. And I have seen so many assholes in this place. I've had sailors fighting, union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze. Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months. But you... Well, you were worse than all of them. Honestly, you were getting borderline aggressive. Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on repeat. No more. I hate it now. We Go On by the O.O. I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it into a parody. To hell with that song. Then there was your room. Your project. An experiment to see how bad it can get in there. I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me. Threatened to make me understand. I had no idea what you meant, and I don't want to know.
Ooh, sheesh.
And then you screamed something about how you're actually a real cool guy, and no one understands it. One of the coolest guys there is. The coolest guy in Jamrock. Something about disco, too. And then I had to deal with your toilet. The one you clogged with police documents, causing water damage downstairs in the kitchen. I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing karaoke, threatening to kill yourself. The ones I had to rent. Damn it, I don't remember what I did to your damn papers. I don't remember every little thing I do. Especially when there's a hurricane loose. It's your fault for losing them.
Something in you wants to immediately forget about this.
No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst. God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to...
You hear a sigh of relief on the other end.
Anything else I can help you with? It will take the...
Her voices fade out.
Gottlieb, what do you want?
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
Oh, it's you. With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs and alcohol.
There is no surprise in his voice, only careless superiority.
What else? I'm not a brain doctor. Look on the bright side, you've got a...
It's hard to say if he doesn't believe you, or doesn't care.
Yes, there's no end to the misfortunes fate has seen fit to rain upon. Who? You are? You lost your human visage a while back. Now let's get on with it. I've got more important things to do. That's because you're hung over. Even the radio waves coming from your direction smell like liquor. Do you feel like your eyes are twitching? That's the tiny vessels pulsating from high blood pressure, stupid officer. You might be sustaining permanent damage to your vision as we speak. Not much I can do about it. I'm not an eye doctor. The busy kind. It's not life-threatening, just annoying for you. And you survived it. Congratulations. Even better. Anything else? I wouldn't worry about that. Officers your age have quality covered all the time. Also, death is a natural part of life.
Accept it. The body is an object. Objects break down. Do what good you can with yours, before the rest goes too.
What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want another rundown of everything collapsing inside your body? I need to go. Some idiot has glued his eyelids shut with cyanoacrylate.
It's not fucking cryoacrylate. It's super glue, Doc.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? 57's over.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a pull-out tool.
Ну нормально, нормально, конечно.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type. Yes, guess what's yours? No, you're the sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make huge lack of enthusiasm going on in here. Oh, you know, Apocalypse, Superstellar, the advanced interesting cop, liquid shadow cop. But you're too sorry to say those things. So, here we go. What? Jealous of the sorry cop? I think they'll be super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual Copo type from sorry to anything. No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time and begin the repentance. Of course, it's okay. See if you can get something out of this, like info. Or maybe every time you say you're sorry, you get $1 million, but that won't happen.
Так. Временный бонус за исследование. Ага. Понятно. Даже это... Надо мусорку открыть.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags.
Пусть будет так. Подожди. Ай, опять. Не то? Вот это.
This trash container is locked.
Бля. Может, лучше ключи сначала попросить? Я только сейчас почему-то об этом подумал. Ну, типа, ладно.
Can I help you? Mine? No, it belongs to the...
Thank you for clearing the debt.
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with a...
Well, yes. Us and...
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you. Prod at him and find out.
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
Так. Айлс. Я же могу вроде еще в номер зайти, все, да? Бля.
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore.
No problem, officer.
The bed is cold and not particularly.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face.
Бля, ладно. Я думал, что будет это... Документы же выкинули, получается. Герой-то наш за это вот. А, так.
This trash container is with a well-oiled crack. The lock. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. Of course you should. This is your time to shine, Hobo Cop. There is. But you won't like it. Sweat from the smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below. And turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however. Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell.
The victim's clothes? Cadaver in odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer. Guitar-marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag.
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario.
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety.
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard.
The fuck's he on about, kids? You hear that, Kuno? He thinks you're an infant or something.
See? Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container. It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey, nothing. What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out form.
Officer, is that your paperwork? It is. Look, the plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form in there. If you don't mind my asking, how could you have let your paperwork end up in the trash? Understood.
Be untroubled. If anything, the container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. You said you didn't want to talk about the ledger. However, now that you have it back, it would not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Officially.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner. There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you. Below the pathetics, terror. Do not look into its blue heart. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want. Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off with your finger and voila! The ledger now looks marginally better. An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip. The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before. It is similar to the RCM watermark on your blazer the lieutenant mentioned. Didn't he say something about the headlights of his motor carriage? That you can read these there?
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property. It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
Maybe yours will have how many years you've been on the force, he's thinking.
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do. Yes, RCM vehicles have had lights tuned especially to reveal halogen watermarks.
This means you can read the
Okay.
while a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand. It's a sorry sight.
Ну-ка. Если я сделаю так.
It's the ledger you found in an aluminium. The surface. It is.
What? Any capable. Yes.
This means you can.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your.
Я думал, конечно, что фонарик поможет, но ладно.
It's the ledger you found. They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases undertaken, not completed, mind you. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average.
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. Once all the tasks are accomplished, the case is complete. The tasks you've completed flow out of the kind green ape pen in a brash freehand similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple, a language developed for mental rigor and simplicity.
Boss.
Inspect the victims, interview the cafeteria men. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of place. A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens' militia.
No, actually. Any ideas?
Говно на палке. Класс. Вот это мне нравится.
Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. We have a very good name for the case now. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name. A title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from Snoop fiction and Vespertine cop show staples. Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case. Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the Uka Parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout.
Убийство в кальянной, блин. Колюмбасик пошел не по плану.
It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes. 2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me. I prefer a normal caseload. It's a matter of method.
Like a fan of gills, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
Yes, how very childish of you. In your and my defense, almost everyone in the RCM uses the titular system, in addition to the official alphanumeric. It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves. Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head.
Бля.
That was a real person.
Оригинально.
His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself. I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
Бля, жестко.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly paper. Arson. You
это
don't
понятно.
exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now. The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience.
Это база.
This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself. The lieutenant observes you, raising and lowering the toilet waterlogged mass under your nose, trying to get a good whiff.
Excuse me, I just have to ask again. How could you have let this get tossed out? I'm sad to hear that.
He's sorry for you.
In any case, we are lucky you found it. Make sure it's all in there. Official notes are... well, they are dangerous. Now, if you'll excuse me, That thing has filled me with the sudden urge to make sure mine is in perfect order.
It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to
Даже Ким
sudden shivering.
засомневался.
The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters RCM. Blue. The blue heart. Don't look into it. Something rattles inside. Ever permeables. It's not hidden per se. The compartment is made for permeable materials that would get damaged if something happened to it. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. With your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board.
Так, эта техника нужна, да. Ну, будет технику вкачать. И то, чтобы хотя бы так что-то попробовать делать. С одним предметом.
All covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out. Then rip them from the binder and hand them out. 3. The topmost are misconduct fines. The middle ones are station calls. And the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work. A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. The details of issuing these fines are spread out over the rest of the fields.
Повестка.
These are quite sinister in tone. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing. A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. The rest of the stinking set.
Так, техника, да. Пусть будет техника.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawn in. The two sides of the board appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off its slides. If you bend the plastic on your knee slowly, the slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. 2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there too. Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue. It smells of chewing gum, apricot flavored, a touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. You think the label says tutti frutti. Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, round letters in a woman's hand. A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile. You think, although that is not something you can read from someone's handwriting. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Throw it away, please. A merciful wind blows in from the bay of Revachol, dusting the ground at your feet and raising newspapers far away. Your hands shake, holding on to it. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest, down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear. You feel the ledger slip from your hand.
Опа. Так.
There is nothing. Again. Nothing said. Well, almost nothing. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it. Still trying to hold on to the great sorrows slipping in here in the paleo-mammalian, because it's always there.
There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on. Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
Beautiful.
Bloated corpse of the... Don't prod at it. It will start moving again. You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules. No. Someone is breathing on your...
Yes. They're pouring something on you. It's in you.
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness. In the upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket.
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself, as it pours down your parched.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol?
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's...
What happened? You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. 10 minutes, maybe. That does sometimes happen. You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed? Good.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used both as an interactable and a tool equipped in your held slot for skill bonuses. Find it under the Tools tab in your inventory.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of... Without resistance or sound, the two panels, it's slightly, ever so slightly, difficult to breathe once you... It's proving to be harder than expected. You just don't have the intellectual rigor to patch the quilt back together. Try again later.
Try again later. А ну... Верни.
It's the ledger you found.
Попытка номер 2.
Yes.
Есть.
At last, you find a way to piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. HDB 41, date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene. It takes about half an hour to piece one together using the system you've devised. Where do you want to start? This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman. True love is possible. only in the next world. People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the Next World mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown. The case files do not show you finding the author. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between two options. A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us. In any case, it appears to have been a rare case of civil activity. This one, the true people, the graffito crew, the crew agree. The ninth, a staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world. Did anyone ask you what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do you want to tackle next? This one, the true love people, the graffito crew, the crew, the 9,000, a staggering 78% of voters choose to keep. Did someone ask what you believe in, man? This one, the true people, the graffito, the crew, the 9,000, a staggering, no one cares what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger. What do you, AKA Leslie and Burke, AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk, is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it, it is unclear. Every officer, and indeed most civilians in Jamrock, know it's unsolvable. You were so drunk, you didn't remember what it was when you signed on. That, or you. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man, and you can't lock them away because public indecency and small-scale property damage are not punishable by incarceration. The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear-view mirrors would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which, in their 40s or 50s, it's hard to tell because of their distorted features, is a medical improbability on par with you ceasing to produce. You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own home? No, Leslie, can you keep yourself off threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ethanol, so Burke and Leslie would expose and rampage even harder. You tried it all, and still the complaints wouldn't stop, as they hadn't stopped for 10 years. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the corner of Perdition. And what is Leslie doing? Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. The case becomes considerably less comic one day when Burke takes a swing at your ledger. He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. You're drunk out of your mind on potent Pilsner. You slam the hardened plastic board in his face. Then you proceed to beat him unconscious with it. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it, but are unable to do so. The officer began to cry, reports Leslie, who, at this point, is tending to Burke. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor Burko's kneecaps. The good news is, Burke can't walk anymore. Which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read another one? It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall, her mouth agape.
Ох, идем в банк.
That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found. Who knows? Those pages are... Don't worry. One day you may still catch the man with the square gun. Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it. Insufferable dicks. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got to complain to... They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to... where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes, and drank coffee because they felt it's intellectual. Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So congratulations to you. Case solved. No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes. You have a real job to do. What next? Murder. Tum-tum-tum at the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead, of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor. Beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case files. Stop stalling and get to the murder at the hookah parlor. Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve, was doing it solo, said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister, was on it for, like, a month. The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills. Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory, as outlandish as they seemed. No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about. Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day. No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, really lame. So anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one enters, no one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. No calls, nothing, just sucking on the hookah until 15:45. Then back. Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin, movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom. Yeah, he liked his hookah. Stephen was his smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? Not much has changed. It takes about half. Not much has.
Yes?
Ладно.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with? We don't see a lot of police around here, that's all. Of course. What can I help you with? Excuse me?
She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should drop this line.
Oh. Well, I didn't write it there. I'm just sitting here. Okay. Since the street sign's messed up? What do you mean? We're in Martinez, sir. This intersection is called Roundabout North, I think. No problem. Well, this might be the last snow we get. At least I hope so. Snow has nutrients in it. Helps everything green up in the spring. At least that's what my grandma always told me. Nitrogen and sulfur mostly. And whatever factories and aerostatics exhale too, I guess.
All you can see is the fact that her skin is a...
What does that mean?
We should proceed with our business in Martinez.
Of course. I won't hold you back.
Her gloves. You get the feeling that you need them. You have a dead body to deal with after all.
Sure, keep them. I have another pair.
И халява. Катки. Теперь хоть дают плюс технику. Найс. Very nice. Так. Что получается? Пойдем еще что-то посмотрим. Что это?
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Mm-hmm. снижены. Паштет. Ян Каус из Игауни. Опа, алкаш. Ловить, негодяя. Так. Опять. Линия отверстия от пуль. Есть. Северный объезд. Что это я подобрал?
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary. Why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
There was a revitalization project in 49. A design studio tried restoring Martinez to its pre-war glory. It didn't stick. They got as far as the street lamps and the statue on that intersection. Then something went sour. I suspect that something was Évrard Claire, the union leader. He muscled them out. It's how it usually goes around here. We should have done something about the union 10 years ago. That ship has... There was a They got as far as... That's odd. I could swear you were... There was a... They got as far as the street lamps and... We should have done some...
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onug, written on the other side, with N and C. That's Kuno on the lens. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast, studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows. The metal feels cold and wet under your palm.
Probably some kids.
A simple but clever... The metal feels...
Че, подойду? Я подойду.
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. Your money disappears into the coin slot. A clunk. The ring of the curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry. Different blues and greens. In the middle of the shimmer stands a drab grey shape, like a ghost. The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible. A half-sunken sea fort. Its concrete almost reconquered by nature. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. A lonely birch tree grows out of it. Its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
The little brave birch tree seems to wave back in the wind.
Really?
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bed.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
From another planet. Hey there. It's the jam, my man. It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes and mazout. Yeah, imagine.
It's behind the laugh, however.
So tell me, what do you need? Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that. Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of found cargo. Mostly sporting goods, tracksuits and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grad in the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately. Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road. This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery? Yeah, it must be. Your job's to know all these little things, isn't it? Well, my job is to deliver tracksuit trousers.
There it is again. A little touch of sadness beneath his
This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery? Neat. For carrying large quantities of cargo a long distance. These found tracksuits need to find their way to the kids way out in Wamrau and Loram.
There it is again. A little touch of sad.
We're pals and all, But I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy. We're pals and all.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time, right?
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs. A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees. It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks, workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out. Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like, a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching. Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more transient, the better. When one's ended, you can get onto the next one.
Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any money. The bosses, man. Makes sense. It sucks is what it does. Nope. Don't smoke.
Don't smoke. Братан, что у тебя там в руке? Что это эти вот за пару пикселей с таким вот оранжево-красным таким вот оттеночком?
Some of the other drivers do, though. There's still a few around, waiting for the jam to disperse. Or waiting for the sweet release of death.
Yup. Nothing wrong with that statement. Your senses have nothing to add.
You could also check the kiosk down the street. Frit. With 3 T's. Rebishaw's weird. Don't be a stranger.
Так. Все еще та же надпись.
Welcome to Rivachol.
О, это как его типичный. Ладно, не буду.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in this city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you. It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
Oh, come on, man. I just said, welcome to Rivachol. It's a...
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to
Team,
make
what the
sure
fuck?
you behave.
Silence. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine. You two make a The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Whatever you say, officers.
No, he's got a smoke right there in his fucking hand. Snatch that shit.
It's my last one. Why would I do that? I'm an honest man. But, what, officer? Sorry I couldn't be of any help. Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation. Apples. Yeah, apples.
He's given you the runaround. Let's be honest.
It's about biological determination. Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That's it. I'm not just racist. Look, I've read books, huh? The science of racial theory has all been proved. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that. So, lately we Occidentals have experienced an unfortunate downturn when members of the superior race. The problem? The damn kips are showing a real good game lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other intruders species too. They're on the precipice of cultural victory. It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with a new sub-race, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. That's why you've got to control the offspring.
Fuck racism.
Don't push your luck, runt.
Scab? A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses. Beats me. Somewhere in the ground, gotta be bloody stupid or freaking evil to Scab. Or I guess, scared maybe. But scared of what? Of who? Personally, I'd rather beg than Scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something. We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time. I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop Scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for let. Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the wild north? Come to see the strife? Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You never see me investigating a murder. I don't believe you. Post Laventurier said the same thing. They tried to get me to be their postman. So fun. It wasn't. I'm doing much better here at the harbor. Being an honest union man with... Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
The coin lands into your hand as if it has always belonged there.
Always glad to help out the RCM. Shame I can't do more. Things are meager at the moment due to... You know, the winter's fat is slowly running out and all. Still better than scabbing, though. Nothing to worry about, really. The jam's a bit of a mess, cargo can't get in or out. The rationing is a bit stricter is all. Supplies should last the strike, though. I'm always glad to help out when possible. Not like these slithering scabs. You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be...
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met.
My friend, I respect the right to roam. The open range awaits. I don't operate in that capacity.
If it's all so simple.
I walk right past Measurehead and go... Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini supremacist there. Walk right past him, then press the button to unlock the door, then go past him again, and you enter the arbor through the office. Está. Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best Measurehead, or you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible. Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong. Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the sky. Sure.
Иномарка. Ух, нифига, статуя. Статуя.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island,
Жесть.
pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods. A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II, the opulent, father of Philip IV, the insane. Not a good track record of mental health in that family. What did he do? You have no idea what you did a week. High above you, the king stands triumphant.
Понятно. Опа. Лут. Бля, белая майка.
The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched. It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort. No response. Wherever this... Nothing.
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone. Why? I just told you why.
Ладно, Ким, хорошо, я тебя послушаю. Так уж и быть.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well... The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings. The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy.
The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and...
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
Mm-hmm.
Bastards! We have a right to work! Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have cause. Good. We're fighting for a cause here. Right to work! Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strike breakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. The rights of people, rights of workers, to have gainful employment. Might be time. Don't let the fat bastards tread on you. Cops tend to side with the higher-ups. Sure, I don't trust cops. Maybe you should ask them questions, like why we're not allowed to make a living here. We have families to feed.
So do we, Scott.
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do! We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates. Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is. Huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access panel is right behind it. Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a... I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke. And like civilized folk, you mean? These native fucks don't understand civil.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home. At least for now. If you can't get in it.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge. When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people. Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we have the right to work! Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. I'm trying to meet their fat boss. I know nothing about a murder.
The mention of a killing sends a barely noticeable shiver of tenseness through him.
What are you talking about?
Yes.
Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers.
We are not picking a side.
Pity. Lad!
You've been talking to him for quite a while.
What's it to you? Big mess. Caused by union greed. But I only fight for the rights of people. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? Uh-huh. It was a long time ago.
Так, понятно.
The tear machine stands in the corner. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears.
О, сюда можно бутылки сдавать.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles.
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma. I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of partying, study. Saint Baptiste, you know. Saint Baptiste Pharmaceuticals. The one that sells meds out. Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something.
What's that magazine she's reading?
I don't know. Frit? I think they think that the extra T makes it funkier. It doesn't. I don't know. I don't know. A 7 to 11 grocery. I think they think that the extra T. You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got like famous people in it. It's not for sale.
She pops her The lieutenant frowns at you before turning to the clerk with an apologetic half smile.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to any reality.
She is like a student,
I don't really know anything. I mean, I'm 15. I don't know. What about it? Cool.
Ладно.
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to...
Okay. I don't know, really long? Not really. No. Uh-huh.
А, там еще интеракция была. Да.
A colorful display of cigarettes there, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The beauty.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health, but...
Don't ask, don't look, don't do anything here. Just go away. Get back to work.
No, Frit only... the pale aged vodka is special, I guess. It's stored in pale for a couple of years, which makes it super expensive and super strong. You know.
Don't worry your pretty little head about.
Sure. So, here you go, mister.
Я интеракцию проебал, хочешь сказать. Да, не интеракцию проебал. Ладно. Ладно.
There it is, a brave little army in your pocket. The first Smokes platoon. 20 brave souls standing in salute. You picked the best one. This soldier...
Oh yes, Bratan! Please light up! You need a trooper between your lips right now! Calm your shit down!
Get a load of this rock and roll cop here, people. Johnny Thundercop fishes a cheap lighter out of his pants. With a flick of the thumb, there's fire. A primal satisfaction. Here we go. Thick, warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately, you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and soul. A nostalgia for yourself. The man you were in your youth. Johnny Thundercop is back.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a cigarettes button. Cigarettes gives +1 to intellect.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. There are several footprints in the mud, left by maybe more than 12. No, 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth. 1. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes. 2. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 43. Hobnailed work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 43. 4. Standard work boot, number 45. You don't know. It's a miracle you can tell the prints apart as it is. 5. Another standard work boot, steel reinforced. 6. An aberration, light as air, even impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. The gate, you're not bad. It's as if the whole world darkens. Everything else has a thin. 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot, number 46. But the imprints are twice as deep as the 8. And yet another standard work boot, number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole, however.
How many? I was pretty off then. I counted 20. I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary? A woman or a kid? Understood. Anything? A woman? Okay.
He knows it's hard to discern sex from a person's gait.
That's okay. Go on. 200? Could it be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up? Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built...
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Possibly, yes.
But why?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows. Even easier to carry on a stretcher, or between 2 men. Anyway, it's for future consideration. What else can you see? 200?
He might be right. 200...
From here, the boots the victim wears.
It's bad. Very bad. Before you can
he appears to be wearing some kind of armored boots. I can't see any exotic prints here. Someone had to carry him. Are any of the other prints deep enough? Wind keeps changing. Are any of the prints deep enough in your opinion? Which ones? I don't know. Are you sure? I could...
It would take more subterfuge to trick the lieutenant.
Possibly.
But why?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or... You have a point there. Anyway, it's something to consider. What else can you see? A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us.
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
A woman? Okay.
He knows it's hard to discern sex from a person's gait.
Understood. Anything else? Interesting. Let's name it the someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor. Or...
He regrets it the moment he says it.
I don't know why I said that. We are not looking... Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right.
He doesn't seem to hear you. Looking south, toward the traffic jam.
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no? Mm-hmm. What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction.
Indeed. They all stood in... Yes, everything fits so well. Isn't it strange to have your assumptions confirmed like this? This is what someone whispering suggestions in your ear would like you to feel. The lieutenant is saying something, but you can't...
What? Withhold being content? What are you? Live a little! Everything on the damn crime scene fits like a glove! You should get shit-faced on this damn crime scene! Regardez ladrotal! He wants to have fun without...
Detective?
The lieutenant looks at you curiously. The lieutenant doesn't understand what's happening right now. You're twisting at your...
I agree. Our assumptions could be wrong. Better not to have them confirmed just yet. What do I think? Then...
Indeed, yes. Isn't it strange to have the lieutenant's eye? Doubt, perhaps. It would...
Either way. What else?
An inconspicuous pile of...
Yes?
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open. Are you interested in a new and exciting book? It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl. You're fooling nobody.
Sir, are you okay? You've been standing here silent. Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance.
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face, smiling. But she's cold.
Kind of you to offer, sir.
What could you do to help her anyway?
Thank you, sir. I'm happy to help Mum out with the store. I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running. School? Well, mine is a big yellow building on Boogie Street, and the people there run it. They say it's a charity. Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being...
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt.
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go...
Well, they run out of money and have to stop doing business. They shouldn't be, but they seem real. Anyhow, they say that these grounds are doomed for businesses. Of course, sir.
Yes?
Блять, это отсылка на Ведьмак. Маленькая такая была Хемдаль. И там я дальше не успел прочитать, но выглядело как отсылка на Ведьмак.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Hey, what's that noise down there?
There must be another way into the building.
Ёб твою мать, почему сейчас это было громко? Я ща... Кого? Ой. О. Черт. Скорость реакции. Шапка. Не, ладно. Пусть будет. Пусть будет. Что это? Это там все с другой стороны. Ладно. Почему они могут с ним взаимодействовать?
Hey, up here, piggo.
Опа, лут, внушение. Сумрак. Фига, прикольно. Так. Угу. Игра хорош булить. Ну я знаю, почему игра булит. Как бы... Да.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets.
Good evening, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. I'm glad to see you here.
Like steel, there is strength there.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM
это
in this
походу вот
matter,
это
I
вот
will, gladly.
женщина, которую надо было встретить, найти ее вообще.
That is good to hear, madame.
Да.
My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief even.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
Дадите мне денег.
Is what you want to say. Look at that lady. Take a gander. A well-kempt, yet tastefully short bob of dark hair, while dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the... These are the kind eyes of the rich man that, within reason. Now look at you, you misery-clad simian, barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes. A scythe of booze precedes you. Your hair sticks to your forehead, and your underwear feels uncomfortable. You're poor, poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too... Maybe you could ask her for some stock tips. That's a maybe.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask.
Ладно.
What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pine.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
Чё, телефон зазвонил? The fuck?
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
Okay.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain. Son-Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
Why, thank you.
She nods.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counter-offer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. What can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organization now. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike?
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union. There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. Every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker a member of the board. Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000. They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution. I'm not sure. Naturally, I assumed that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyar at the gates, the one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out. No, wait. The chief negotiator heard it from a man at the gates. Surely the Wild Pines group has more effective channels of information. After all, 2,200 people are on strike. This is a big deal for them.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
Супер купа Рафаэля Амброзиуса Куста. Великого бомжа-купа. Который со всей своей жалостью внутри пытается что-то делать.
The Daybarders Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Debarders are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Daybarders Union is... Of course, officer. The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock come to plead for work where the Union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later
station.
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story. Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is, These kinds of things happen around the Clares.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help?
Блять, все еще приколы про реальность. Ладно.
Why, yes I am. Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as qualified pleasure craft operator. So charming. Where's the damn license?
I just renewed its safety inspection last month, officers. It is completely seaworthy. In fact, it's taken part in not one, but two insulindic regattas. Even finished once. The other time, I would have finished the race were it not for an urgent work matter.
Actually, you don't. The Wayfarer Act specifically denies the RCM the authority to demand anyone's operator license. It's a little known fact among us law officials. I was just being polite. Even school children know the Wayfarer Act.
Блять, это выглядит что-то из ИРЛ.
Unless it's their passport. No. Do you want to ask for the lady's passport?
Of course.
The woman is silent, smiling while the waves lap against the hull. In your hand, under the plastic, a light blue passport saying, Republic of Vespa. The coat of arms has a lion and an ox. The woman, born in the year 3 in the commune of Revachol, smiles at you.
Yes. But Joyce is much more efficient.
She doesn't like it. Probably a bad memory.
My husband is. I have dual citizenship. A Vespertine is handier when traveling.
She nods and returns the plastic bag to her coat.
The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19 because that's the type.
The word it feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name.
It's a pleasure craft. A 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business. Okay. How? Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cordelati, and its hull is 19 paces long. Why Dolores? Well, it means nothing to me. I think I'll stick with the factory name. But thank you for the suggestion. Okay, because it was manufactured in... What? I think I'll stick with the factory name. But thank you.
Я хочу добиться.
How about because it was the X something? The X what? Oh, I do like the sound of that. Powerful.
Yes.
My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has solid...
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol in the...
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
На яхте не разгуляешься, на машине тоже не покатаешь, да пиздец.
Good.
Ладно.
Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have in... And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't...
How curious. Why is that to...
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? I can't hear you, darling. Speak up, please. Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
Я просто особенный детектив.
She must have been suspect.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he...
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen...
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
Давай.
She's a negotiator.
Сосать.
Just float a favor at her.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to...
You're in.
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's the hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the... Or you can recover your badge, though if I may be...
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes. You hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way. That's just what it's like. Life and death. But you got gills on your side, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco Negros and the Solas. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you rich? Get out of here. You're a pauper. You work harder than anyone. Because of the taxes, G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time
мог
you buy,
быть
sell, walk, talk, fart,
технически
so
богатым
much as
человеком. Мог, блять, хули ты меня душишь, блять.
Every time you wipe your ass, they got their direct and their indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax, alimony, one tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus there's the stuff people in other countries pay for. That makes them ask for more money from you. 98% of all your money. Here you go, hustler. Fight the righteous fight. Free the people. Keep it real. Keep it street. Hobocop.
Hobocop.
Technically, you wouldn't be a cop anymore, but a hobo. That would mean game over for the cop chapter of your adventures. But who knows where the hobo part takes you? To the bar? The old L'Assommoir? To the pier or the sewers? To Le Royaume, where for 300 years they interred the dead. You could plunder royalist crypts for long-forgotten triple malt bourbon, then fight the Aramakan beast that lurks the bottommost sepulchres. The secrets of the city are all yours at last.
Репет лимит. Основы серии. Класс. Белый траур. Отдаление камеры плюс 20%. Есть. Удобно. То есть еще при этом что-то из этого можно будет типа забыть, да. Больше денег от продажи тары. Кайф. Все. Официально бомжевать здесь с кайфом. Так. Информация с Масуди. Это мне еще надо сейчас с Кимом поговорить. Что у нас там дальше? Ну, Ким. Так, еще.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year. You should take care of that then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the streets.
Though he finds this situation frustrating, he...
Подожди.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and you know, not volunteer us to be her henchman.
Ну, было время.
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional... Maybe this is all her plan. She might have heard about you.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your back...
The situation might have changed drastically by the...
You could request a new one from your station, but that would literally take months. No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done and demand for her information on the lynching.
Ну, в принципе, у Кима есть King has a point, буквально, потому что, ну, корпорат, а тут как бы это...
I'm sure you will, detective. I wouldn't go that far. Her reaction did come off as sincere to me. I think she's just quick to adapt. She's a professional.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Of course, detective.
Слушай, Креда, даже я не знаю. Тут, честно, я не скажу, потому что я сам это первый раз запустил вообще. Раз уж Ким говорит, слышь, ща холодно, пошли отсюда, то значит пошли отсюда. Да, ладно, хотя бы уберу отсюда. Кайф.
Can I help you? What thing? Yes, not the whole damn Union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info. We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later.
You glance at the clock on the wall behind the manager. Huh.
Good question.
They're probably getting drunk or protesting something somewhere. Or laying low after the... They probably fucking killed that guy or something.
I have a feeling we'll make their acquaintance sooner or later.
What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the world.
Another thing. Yes. Yes. Have you got it? A lot. For the room and broken window, 100 real. Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
Бля, я беру второй вариант, не поебать.
I understand your predicament as the manager. I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Not until you bring...
Okay, I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this.
Oh, Lieutenant. Yes, have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we all...
I understand. I feel
I mean no offense. Good luck trying to use it.
Draconian measures.
All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here. Not until you bring me...
Okay.
I really didn't...
Oh, Lieutenant. We're done here.
Ну ладно. Здесь что есть?
You see a heavy steel door. You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for me.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads? Yes. I suppose it's worth seeing if we can get in. Just to be thorough. As a side investigation. Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
Ладно.
Yes?
О. Ты кто? Понятно. Так, ну ладно. Чё у тебя в карете есть? Чё, в карете поспать можно?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back.
Transport enclosure. Regular people just call it the cage. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable.
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal. There are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just... A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence. I don't know, is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back. No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cop with spinners. That would be outrageous.
The spinners shine so bright they reflect on the lieutenant's glasses.
Yes, there's one 100 meters south of here. I think it...
Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest Roy's appear in your inventory under the Items tab. You can pawn these items when talking to Roy.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start.
He's downplaying his excitement. The lieutenant is more than happy to show off his precious carriage. The dashboard lights up with orange. The lights unfold with a little click, casting.
There you go. I'll turn.
Кайф.
Yes?
Так.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears.
There she is. Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro.
А, точно, значок.
The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights. You catch a faint glimmer from a broken beer bottle in the distance. Sounds. 2 men.
Ah, Martinez at night. Let me see. Right here. No, it does not.
The rectangular watermark.
Let me see. Right here. It has its problems.
The rectangular
Let me see. Right here. Oh yes. Coal City. Le Royaume.
There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows. The first row has 18 dots. Not bad for what? You don't even know what it... The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border. There are so many, it's hard to count. More than 150, at least. The last row has 3. That's it.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered? That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth? No shame in working a regular job, detective. This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Wow, more than 200. It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers. Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there. For an RCM officer, especially precinct 4, there are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident. But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for. Yes.
It's not a problem for him to state it.
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies. Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now. Why not gardening? You've already got the gloves.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for it. The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page, to the right of the task description.
О, нифига себе. Так, ты чё, надо этот дойти? Ломбардик.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in...
Так, оно... Наверное, с этим я буду в следующий день что-то делать. Нифига, помощь от Кима, конечно, жестко, 200 реалов дать этот. Колпаки.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance. The door rattles against your knuckles. The door rattles again. But this...
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside. Doesn't matter who I am. Ha! The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No, I already told you. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone...
Backyard door?
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
There is no reply.
Понятно.
There must be another way into the building.
Блять, почему он так громко это говорит, что аж не минус уши? Пиздец. Ладно. Где этот ебучий ломбард? А может же у кого-то спросить, точно.
Hello again, officer. How are I'm a Nighthawk. What can I...
Odd.
Since the street sign's messed up? Okay, it's just water. No action. Some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to just coast. There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment buildings, the harbor gates. Some kind of commotion, I think. No problem.
Так. А, ну, карты-то нету. Блин, мне показалось, что у меня Ким испарился. Эй, что происходит? О, ломбард. Что, смотри, куда? Да ёб твою мать, куда ты идешь? Day, maybe not.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently. This would make quite a statement in your living room.
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order. It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say. There's also the matter of rewiring, but the most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago. It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop. What can I do?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Oh no, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately, RCM or otherwise.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake, people who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained.
Entertained? He might be high. If he is, on what?
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them?
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course. I meant no offense.
Thank you. Here's the 100 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The windfall is a small concern.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
Rigorous self-critique. Here it is. Hard facts from the man you are. You once jerked off in the locker room and were caught. You held a young woman by the arm and kept her in your apartment for 20 minutes against her will. That's right. These are not flights of fancy. These are real deeds, Harry, emerging from the darkness of your past. You tried shooting a fleeing suspect in the foot, but hit him in the pelvis, crippling him for life. And, above all, you let life defeat you. All the gifts your parents gave you, all the love and patience of your friends, you drowned in a neurotoxin. You let misery win, and it will keep on winning till you die, or overcome it.
Неудачные красные поверки. Слабеют. Ага. Прикольно. Так, ну ладно, кроме потом зайдем, получается. А, ну-ка, ну-ка, ну-ка. Ладно. Я думал, что-то будет по этому. Получше. Наверное. Значит, может будет спокойно значок отдать. Я так не хотел значок на самом деле сдавать ломбард, но типа...
Can I help you? Yes. Have you... Well? Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, the electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
$20 реалов. Что-то, понятно.
Yes?
This is the door to the room you redecorate.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Ну, за первый день то может быть выкуп. Не, ну выкупить-то понятно.
Outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then...
А, еще у Джойс можно же. Надо будет.
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically. I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply...
You're cold, detective. Again, I only have exactly one every night. Yes, it's been a long and eventful day. Well, we didn't even look at the body. But we performed a thorough search of the premises of the crime scene. That's great.
Though you really dropped the ball on inspecting the body, he doesn't want you to feel too discouraged. Probably out of fear that you will just give up and keep drinking.
It's not my job to evaluate your methodology, officer. I'm just good. We weren't able to find the union leader, Evrard Clare, much less interview him. We talked to Joyce Messier, but didn't get any information from her. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot.
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age, and in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Rebachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule. Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM. The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold sleep. It prevents confusion and overcrowding. You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection.
When power calls you, you come. But power itself is a fragile trick of perception.
As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Courant and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them. You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best. The coalition government, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Rebachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Спасибо.
It's probably more honest, yes. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it. The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed. Okay. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world. What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats. Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something ominous. Something even a little feminine. But in a strict manner.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me. The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. They're not all that bad.
That's another leitmotif associated with moralism.
But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me. Do you?
Мужики. Бля. Не та реальность. Не та реальность.
In fact, we would need them even if you didn't think that way. We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes. Sadly, it is what we already are to the people of Martinez, most of them at least, especially the Union. Vigilantes. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different in land, in Jamrock and the GRIH. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our two precincts. We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate. Me too, but I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes. Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Подожди, что там? Энциклопедия. Ну, кстати, энциклопедия потом понадобится, поэтому... 28. Пиздец. Техника. Ну, ладно. Когда-нибудь до этого можно будет дойти.
The fan stands. The window stands broken in its frame. What do you mean? Assess the damage.
В смысле?
What are you even trying to do?
97% ты...
The window stands broken in its frame.
Нет.
The bed is cold and not.
97, блядь.
Coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep doesn't come. Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it? Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves. Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question. Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth? You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you... That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium. No, you haven't. You're just sleep talking. And the act is wearing thin, too. The spots on the disco ball fade around. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Sweating up the bed. Stinky boy. Everything. The pale and the useless. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding? You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too, so soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork, barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Ебать. Вау.
Good going, buddy. Yes, wait till you see the one with the chick in it. It's gonna be a good one. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think. It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself. Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor?
Damn.
You got up from this floor because of a holy vow you made 16 years ago. With me. To wake up exactly 7:30 every morning until the day you die. Don't be silly. There was no vow. You were high on speed. That was the only reason you got up. You can't detect without it.
No. Fuck you.
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Suit yourself. Slow, sad.
Так.
The
И все
window
же.
stands broken in its frame.
Fucking hell. Как так-то? Бутылка. Как так? Эта херня у меня проебалась. 97%, блядь. Ну, ладно. Химия, вся залупа синяя. А что у нас здесь дальше происходит? Есть что еще подобрать? Нет. Ду-ду-ду. Пойти Ким разбудить, что ли? Он, наверное, встал уже. Точно надо будет эту еще мадам расспросить. Опа. 4 часов нет, они уже здесь. Жесть. Так, сейчас подойду. Я вот чисто никогда сейчас не задумывался о таких вещах после того, как начал на вокал ходить. Вот сейчас, когда сон был, секция со сном, когда вот это вот озвучение диалога было, которое за мозг, за труп. Там, я не знаю, мужика, который озвучивал, и там вот так и делают. Ну, как? Ща. Не, я не могу, это люто, надо на связке садиться. Если у тебя банально, если ты вот, ну, такой вот звук каждый раз пытаешься издать, Не, у меня не получается.
Looks like
То
we can get to work at
это
once.
вообще...
The Union muscle turned up.
Если у
They
тебя...
look rowdy. We should talk to them.
Если у тебя низкий, типа, порог боли, ну, такие вещи, то типа, тебе заебись, а так, это жестко.
Everything points to the dock workers' union. The tracks in the mud, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary, which may, of course, all be wrong. But I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty. One loose thread less to worry about. And one big problem to replace it. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by men who drink beer for breakfast. There's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them. That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay? One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Good. A power move. But aren't you curious?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that...
Окей.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. The trash collection service, CSB.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those. Thank you anyway.
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene. I think fugue states are more your forte, officer. Yes?
Так, значок хочу я дать.
Just a moment. And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear. Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone... The Union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead, too. The manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into later. Ask God, maybe.
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night. But they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
A little missing persons puzzle might just be the thing to take your mind off the hangover.
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully. But you have more important things to worry about. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them? Oh, sweetie, Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day. There's a nameless old fishing village nearby, but we've never had any trouble there before. There is a lot of crime around here, isn't there?
I can't say it's the best part of town, but I wouldn't worry too much about a pair of grown men.
Do it. Find her husband. This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extreme. Some fringe science is exactly what's needed right now. Spice up that vanilla murder investigation.
Are you sure we have time to go chasing after bug hunters just now? I did suggest we played cool, but... I sincerely doubt it. Still, I suppose it won't hurt to keep an eye.
Oh, thank you, officers. Truly, I'll be right here if you come across any sign of Morel. I hope you were able to pawn that old trinket. Oh, thank you, dear.
Even the lieutenant seems happy with this turn of...
Now, what else, sweetie? Oh, yes. A zoologist. A crypto-zoo.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize risk.
That's one opinion, yes.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it.
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
Oh dear, I'm not sure where to begin. Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
You can't go around Revachol feeling grown men's hands. If you want to find her husband, you'll need more concrete. It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his note.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious. Via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident.
Понятно.
And
Tinder.
he just divorced. We hit it off, and
She's skipping over some important...
I hope I've been useful. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but...
Ah yes, Phasmatodea. A diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble twins. Oh yeah. Here comes the interest.
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast. Hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the fact.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing...
It's not made up, officer. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists. Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect. That, of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly. And they didn't even know what they were looking at. Not at all. Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money. Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years, centuries even. Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand.
Sometimes the most charming thing you can do is be...
I suppose you could use a break, and I could use a distraction.
One cryptid, like you said. One. This can't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza. We have things to do.
He nods, and his cryptids. Ooh, tough choice there.
Yes. It's the kind green ape. Half war story, half undiscovered. Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. The kind green ape would visit bunkers during the night, healing wounded soldiers with its saliva. Yes, it has amazing healing qualities. Some soldiers reported growing back limbs, regaining their sight. Indeed, there is. It's our closest relative among the cryptids. Same taxonomic family, different genus. Which is to say, the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor, and that evolved parallel to our own. Just like your partners.
The lieutenant looks at you.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to imply that Saelites are inferior to us in many ways. You are superior. For example, your earwax doesn't have a foul odor.
A tremendous evolutionary advantage, I'm sure. But perhaps we've had enough speculative biology for today?
Of course, dear.
Can I help you?
Так. О.
Yes? Hello? Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be. Is she such a working class woman?
Looking for something to read.
Something to read.
It is. I know you are. What with?
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she has spent a lot of time at work, smoking.
My husband? No, he's not. I don't know. At home now? Out do-
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but... I don't really need to know where... No. Why are we...
She has, though. The husband is totally lost. You should tell her that it's... Oh.
What? Who said anything about shame?
But he is. You can feel it. Or maybe it's something else then.
No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not...
You know where they are.
I see. Thanks. I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you...
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get ladies. It's better to...
I don't even have a cockatoo. Great. Nothing. Go read up on them if you're so...
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your...
Wonderful. The story is open.
The woman before you.
Кайф, теперь мы... Теперь наше тотемное животное — это какаду. Класс. Так, надо сначала у этой мадамы поузнать.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
А, бабло я уже не это. Ну ладно.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samaran Isla into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Сырье поступает из Самары, понятно. Великий наркопритон находится в родном городе Агмана.
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wildpine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dockworkers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they're vulnerable. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment. I'll be explicit. If you find this driver...
Uncovering Union secrets could also give you an upper hand when dealing with them.
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find...
Well, here's your chance, officers. No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue. Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity.
Dios mío.
I'm sure you understand. How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves. Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you. The two might...
Or not. Though, if you have evidence to the contrary, I'm eager to...
As eager as I am to share it, Lieutenant, once the job is done.
Заебись, обоссал весь архив.
Yes? Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance. This reality. Ah, yes, the episode. Sounds like an acute case of encephalopathy, now that I think of it.
Доктору ходить надо.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well.
We may be here a while then. Ask away, officer. I'll help.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good.
Концептуализация в пизде.
We're in Martinez, baby.
А? Ты почему так общаешься на женщину? Если я еще... Дала бы ты мне сотку реалов, я бы еще бы ничего не сказал на это. Я там шанс мелкий был.
You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year. It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay... Yes, we're on an island in an ocean. The world's largest body of water. The Insulindic.
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, the blue immensities, vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing.
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed-over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the River Esperance. We're in the delta of this river, on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
It is clear this pebble and to humanity at large.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders. This place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets. I would be happy to. What is a preposterously expensive We're in Martin. You would be excused. Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city.
Не то.
The great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriotism.
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries. The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile Marat, depending on your creed. In the DeLorean century, 380 years ago, they say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island, able to sustain up to 200 million people, in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connected tissue. It's where the money is. I think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building.
Silence. The water, the light. There is no recognition. Only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
This is one thought you...
Was there something else you wanted to know?
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory... Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Messier will be here later too, and...
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
It's better not to eat all your candy at once.
Indeed. I'm always at your service. Glad to have been of assistance.
Ладно, потом доебемся. Так, чё там?
Yeah, you better keep walking.
Нет, так дохуя всего, ёб твою мать.
look at me when I'm talking to you.
Подожди, рождение. Что? Блять, что это такое? Ебать. Ладно. Блять, мне все еще обидно за окно. Я хочу узнать насчет этого окна. Я понимаю, что он, скорее всего, пьяный просто запиндюрил и все, и пизда к нему пришел, но, блять. Пишет за 97% обидно, пиздец. Это мне похер.
Life doesn't need to be a struggle. I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my sandwich. Talk to Angry Hard René first.
René. Подожди, а ну-ка. Прикольно.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, alright?
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're
Concentration.
old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask. No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
Координация. А, я уже нету. Запендируем мощный шар уровня ДМТ-4 SE.
You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter. God, this is right. You feel the familiar tremble of excitement and adrenaline that precedes every victory. Time as frozen. The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it. Probably a sponsored ball. Yours would only be covered with bumps of learning and scars of victory. Already your muscles are adjusting to the weight. The nervous system, a chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades until the only thing left is the union of man and ball. An embodiment of pure motion. A fine-tuned locomotor. Some would still say you're a cop, but I guess we're beyond that now.
Ебать, это просто можно вырезать и в какой-нибудь гайд по описанию инерции, собственно, в четверке можно записать. Это буквально 4 SE. Диско Elysium это DMC4 SE, блядь. Поехали. Я думал, он разобьет окно.
It wasn't mid. The shot was at least 23 meters. Probably 24 and then some.
What the hell is your problem? I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful. You vandalized our game, son. We can't play petanque with 5 pool.
Petanque.
No, we are not good, goddammit.
Take it easy, René. This is just a
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You owe us a goddamn bull. Good. Mistakes are forgiven when men at least try to right their wrong.
You never know. He might know something. This is a good vantage point.
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement.
Блядь,
This affair
реально
has
Рену
passed me by
игру
completely.
испортил. Пиздец.
In Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really blame? Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
Подкинул ранкиллера Аками Каразио. Получается так. Пиздец.
If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man.
This is a man with a lot of past, but little present, and almost no future.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. No. It was left by heavy artillery fire. Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home. Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose a name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first.
Не вкачали вот в натуре.
Yes, the military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta. This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled cop.
Blood Ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil. Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the...
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
Плюс 20 лет. А чё, есть это? Не, давай не надо. Не на стриме. Напиши в Дискорде. А, книга? Что за книга?
No, they don't. But I'm sorry it had to be the coalition. After 8 years of fighting rabid commies, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol. Or even if that damn clan Frisell had risen from the...
This royal failure.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace their damn Frisell. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hand. A true king in both blood and mind. The suzerain is the king, Has everyone forgotten already? It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry. Ah, yes! King Philip.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
Лесный спойлер.
Cocaine? Cocainum? Sounds like our kind of king. And
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership.
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much. A cocaine connoisseur of sorts.
You can't even take responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler? That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine, for clarity of vision, to aid in their work. Regnum cocainum, Revishal's finest years.
I'm satisfied with...
Of course. Clarity of vision.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor, and it is...
Higher realms. Of course, it all makes sense.
It's really not. Please, do spare...
Yes, indeed. We're not here to investigate the drug trade of centuries past.
Right.
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname. The faded marks are too degraded to draw any forensic conclusions. They look pretty ancient.
Where? There? Those are old. These bullets were fired during the Revolution, over half a century ago. They do not warrant not much. I don't have a fresh perspective.
Понятно, просто след. Ну, понятно, куда я допулял. Это вот делом.
There. Working class drunk. You know what this means, right? Cracked it. All in a good day's work. What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is.
Я вообще в Disco Elysium не играл.
Yes, and you found... Didn't she repeatedly tell you, but he is missing? You heard her. Do marriages make any sense? Does honor? You're not a fool. There's no need for champagne when there's...
God damn it, I already told you. My husband isn't missing. Very well then. Where is he? Excuse me?
There's something else hiding.
Right, 'cause working class women come with alcoholic husbands. You know what? You were right. I do have an alcoholic husband. I did, and no, he's not. Or maybe he is, I don't know. I haven't seen him for...
There. She's worried now.
I wouldn't be so sure. Man, just to be completely clear.
Report what? He's just out drinking with his friends. I'm sure the police has better things to do than to chase down local goofballs.
They are not all they're cracked up to be, because people either show up on their own, or you never find them.
Чего, ебать?
I'd say there's nothing mysterious.
You're wrong there. Incompleteness is the essence of me.
All right then.
What kind of questions? Yesterday morning, he went to the library. He went to retrieve my book, and he promised, because we talked about this. We talked about not wandering...
Gone for around 36 hours then. She turns away from you.
Honestly, not that different from you. Oh, thank God, no. It hasn't come. Well, he's. What else? He was wearing a dark brown leather jacket with a bright blue inner lining. The line.
It's his cool jacket. God no.
I even tried throwing it away once, but he just dug it out of the bin. Can you believe it? Well, what can you do? I hope that.
She's thinking about him out.
So you are going. Thank you. Please do. Even though I'm sure.
She tries to maintain a brave front, even though her eyes reveal the opposite.
I'm sure he will too. When he does, would you let Precinct 57, Kim Kitsuragi, know?
I will. Of course, officer.
Ah. Yeah?
Snow covers the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage. The white do something important? Something murder-related? There's always... This is a Caprice Kanema, the Caprice Motor Corps follow-up to their highly successful work with its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the rear wheels through a 4-speed manual gearbox. The Kanema is able to reach 100 kilometers. The high center of balance is offset by a large battery bank mounted at the bottom of the cabin, feeding all the auxiliary systems and making the Kanema effectively a mobile power.
Люблю разговоры о технике, кайф.
Due to a quite steep price tag, it is very unusual to see one in police livery.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look? 130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
7.2. Supercharged.
Saying these words brings him immense joy.
You mean the coil noise? When variable current passes through wires that make up the coils on the electrical system on this machine, it causes vibration in the wires and the cores of the coils. When the frequency of the current in the coils falls within the audible range, the resulting vibration. I have pretty much maintained my vehicles by myself ever since one was.
There's pride in there.
Yes, an extraordinary machine.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Helium headlights would improve the range, and it's a bit girly right now. Fit it with some proper off-road components.
Actually, I have a pair at home. Just haven't gotten around to fitting them yet. I need to lay some wiring for the ballast first. Maybe. Yes, definitely maybe.
Этих, я думаю, я успею расспросить.
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
Abort. These are hideous.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret.
They're perfect for concealing your bloodshot.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you.
Темнячки.
You should think this through, officer.
These are all boring. Those UV stickers are almost certainly just.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, super material.
There are clothes inside.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first-hand, buy second-hand.
No good. All you can come up with are some treated wool pants. They itch. Like.
All natural materials, see? Real wool, 100%.
You see two lowly, defeated speakers. Thralls. Slaves, basically. Perched atop the.
I can see you were taste for luck.
These once respectable speakers have been conquered.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the... These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm a...
Samaran trash. That sounds like...
No way, officer! These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialists. That's right, officer.
a pair of Faun Ultras. The design...
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest Faun sneakers.
Only? That's madness. The speakers below... You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley... The name, Sileng.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool. The goods are cool. The customers are cool. You're very cool. Bang, 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 bang. You're right, officer. 100%. No playing around then. Strictly business. Maybe I can interest you in some premium menswear instead. Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about...
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samara Isola.
See, guy, apricot suzerainty, it's all the same to me. It's all cool. I'm interested in sales. Go ahead, let's make one. Super high quality, friendly prices. Only the coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers, extremely comfy pants too. Try them on, right? No need for discounts at ceilings, officer. Everything's already on sale.
But did he first mark them up 100%, just so that he could put...
My man, you know how the game is played. You and me, we should work together. What do you think? Good joke, officer. Here we don't...
You glance around the decrepit buildings, the miserable weather, the sidewalks strewn with sunflower seeds and a dust-choked air.
It's beautiful. Beautiful freedom.
It is, yes. Anyone can set up...
That's right. No permits, no bureaucracy. That's why this city and its law officials are so cool. Hyper cool. I'm an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers, suppliers, anything for you.
Риторика, значит, да. До риторики еще дойти надо. Такой.
Good morning to you, of...
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them.
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh?
The words, "Dear..."
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here, especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then. Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it. Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins. Sure thing. Want some too, officer?
Why not?
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal. This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed Samaran butter sign in the way. You pull the lever all the way up until the metal... Nothing happens. Nothing happens. A cold gust... A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal, some other way. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality? You pull the lever all the way up. Nothing happens. A spring brings the... Wasn't there a sign of...
Среду. Ну, значит, в среду придем. То есть, получается, завтра. Да. Угу. Так, а здесь что-то есть? Поэтому можно... Нет.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind? Ah, man, me and narcotics go way back. But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man? Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some...
Entrapment is a practice whereby an officer of the law induces a person to commit a criminal offense that the person would have otherwise been unlikely to commit, usually through some trickery, persuasion, or...
Then what's your deal here?
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration. Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of... Ah, man, but... Those... Hey, man, that's serious criminal...
Entrapment is a practice...
Then what you...
We have a credible lead.
Not me, man. Gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo.
A rhymesmith.
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to...
Понятно. Какие-нибудь российское.
Looking for something, Hunt?
You could push him by asking him to show you the soles of his boots.
Been admiring the stompers, Hunt? For sure.
On the bottom of the man's boots, you see an intricate tangle of treads with no immediately...
It's Revachol. Custom made. Cost me a You'll see when the time comes, officer. True patriots.
Technically, you're stomping on Revachol every step you take.
Huh. I know you people don't understand poetry. Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body. You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our look. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight. So they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic not in, not out. I'll never betray...
So you're telling us that you don't know anything?
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved his country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some kip boys smashed his lock, and since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to.
If they were getting drunk inside the Whirling in Rags, how could they know who broke into the lorry?
What? Aren't we allowed to say that he's a kips who do all the stealing? Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well. Of course he's a lorry driver. What? He tell you he's just some simple businessman or some shit? He's selling his employer's stuff after he broke the seals on his Humanox lorry. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. He's your man, all right? 100%.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself...
Guess so.
A lorry stuck.
Так.
The woman still.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you?
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the weary aspect of it.
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s. The men have small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of amber? Back in Mecca, during the time of the revolution, the sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buenguerro. Until you came along, that is. This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide-brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his jaw, the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen.
Это гигачат.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the
Ну или
screen.
Александр Невский.
And schoolboys used to memorize all of his lines. Someone was. They are someone's memories, boy. What difference that they're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know?
She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe the present away, like a tidal wave approaching.
I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early spring, and the mine behind the black sun had just come out. While you, people, were tearing its...
The Republic of Mesk is a massive confederation on the Isola of Muindi, the world's largest state by territory. It's a petrostate, a constitutional monarchy, and, as of recently, an outcast due to its tilt to the far right.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
There's something off about this woman. Tell her to show you the soles of her boots. Maybe she was at the...
Now what do you want with an old woman's boots, Sheriff? I'm starting to think you should let me get back to Gabriel Buenguerro. You are no Gabriel.
She's wearing sturdy worker's boots, made of black leather.
Just before Gabriel, it was the coronation of Franco Negro. Now, there was a real man.
Moreover, the boots were size 37.
Жесть.
Another discrepancy, although not boot-related, is the coronation of His Innocence, Franco Negro.
It was. And then it was no more. And I was no longer holding my father's hand. He was no longer descending the stairs in Ryle. The crowd had gone silent. Perhaps it was another Herife who came and woke me up, looking at my boots, asking questions. Or perhaps it was one of the others in this carnival. I don't remember.
As she says carnival, she gestures to the empty
I could have told you that from just looking at them. A size is 37.
The feet of a little girl, they fit well on the pedals. Diamonds? Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was? Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine. I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean.
She says that as if something narcotic is the real reason.
Oh, it's so much more than a high where I go, Herife. It's low. I go to the bottom.
Damn.
Yeah, it's definitely some kick. Some terrible kick in the dark. A sleep kick. Perhaps you can find out later.
Then it's contraband, Loman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermenegildo.
Bad Hand. Hermenegildos' bad hand strangled 300 people. What can I say? Some people just really like strangling people.
Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to listen to On the Western Plain.
The Boyadero, Boya for short, is a cowherder from upstream Magritte, the great steppes of northern Mesk. He is a rugged individualist and explorer.
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring Boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain. Don't be stupid.
Oh, yeah.
The Boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man, one night. As he and his beloved are out walking along the river Margaret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down. So the Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body
Yeah,
in the Margaret.
but...
Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him. You have to understand, a true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish.
Слишком
He didn't know what
жестко.
it meant to love a Boyadero.
Прям жестко.
What if to truly love a Boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
She's just a distracted old woman.
So he doesn't think.
You hear that, Loman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Nothing. I just don't think she's connected to it.
He doesn't want your frail mind caught up in something here. Something unconnected to the...
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best Lomonosov's Land, Udachnaya Zemlya, the Western Plain.
Удачная земля. Ага.
The Transcatolia Magistral. You for 1A. Adestradas do Mirador. All the good ones. The deep trenches. Where the bluebirds fly. You're right, Loman. I'm the one who should take my...
A correct appraisal. Your...
Is that all you woke me up to say? What do I need drugs for, Loman? What I see, what I feel. The great adversary. No drugs can compare. Yes. There is a protagonista and an adversario. I am on the side of the adversary. There's no coming back from that hole.
Those epithets are familiar somehow. I don't like the sound of any of that. Sounds like a horrible drug. The worst one of them all.
Then what we're...
This line of questioning is going nowhere. Try harder.
You're mad, Loman. What of it? Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way.
Ну, второй вариант, если я скажу, она скажет, мне уже давно поебать, что грузит.
Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grat, on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saram? It's diamonds, Loman, obviously. Diamonds are good for you, Loman. You should try them sometime. Make yourself pretty like Eva de Zoras. Easy. He's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. Also, he's the only one I can see from here.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
Ну, я понял, про кого она. Про другого водителя. Кто такой, типа, не, наркота, чё? Понятно.
Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the features of this. Or I can just relax and let my mind...
I think we're done here, no?
Yes, go. Enough jamboree.
Опа. Так, о. Все-таки. Как насчет работы? Все-таки. О, там еще надо будет на кухню зайти, кстати. Точно. Так, что там было? Визуальный анализ?
The window stands broken in its frame.
Да, визуальный анализ, точно. Так, visual analysis.
The window stands broken in its frame.
Вот только попробуй мне сейчас
The
здесь,
window
блядь,
stands
зафакапить.
broken in its frame. The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside. A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is more likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact. Something you've done before. It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. The shoe you found on the balcony fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also... Congratulations. You smashed the window with your own shoe. And maybe, just maybe, you succeed. Maybe you were trying to...
Конечно, это было, собственно, отражение тут. Другому же быть не дано. Бутылку забрать. А подожди, показывается, сколько сейчас там, типа? Нет, не показывается, сколько там бутылок. Так. Что еще у нас есть? С этой мадамой еще надо будет.
Still, no. Still, the lieutenant gives... He doesn't like where this is going.
Ладно, ладно, усугублю свой интерес и...
This door can open...
Ну да. Этой мадамы нет, значит. Так. Что тогда получается? Что на кухню еще пиздим?
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Goransi Quebec. Please. It's not funny. The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air. He smiles and acts almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling. He looks up at you, then looks away. Shrugging is an international sign for no. You see a heavy steel door, the cobalt blue surface, old cobalt paint, rough on the fit. It leads to the door does not.
Ну, понятно. Насчет дверей лучше узнать можно.
Let me handle this. Detective skin color. I'm still black, as you can see.
Detective skin color?
Do you have any more keen-eyed
Ну потому что я же тогда выбрал это. Выбор этого диалог.
Her entire character has shifted. She's right. You're basically an epidermochromatic police officer.
No, I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
Тогда я буду стрелять, блядь.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder
Listen, you Moralington lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of
Еще
Rivershire.
мы,
20
блядь,
fat
моб.
men in the Occident are stealing it all.
Нашла
And you
на
are their
кого
bodyguard.
гнать. Ой, как нашла на кого гнать. Вот прил.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Look, a comedian. Do your job. Ask your question.
Strange. It's as if people don't
Ага,
believe
клоун,
it
блядь.
could be a socialist revolutionary.
What are we going to do to you?
Why did you say
The Union isn't going to do.
God.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things. Like I already told you, I'm a legal counsel. What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one.
Уж лучше бы ты дальше была садовницей, вот, серьезно. Кусты боярышника.
behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold.
This is where you say your bed.
Попиздим, чел.
Detective.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that won't.
You're sure taking your time, waiting for him to get ripe and pretty for you, huh?
Oh, he was a real pretty boy by now. Real hot stuff. Letting out that pretty boy smell.
Time to go to work in the shit factory!
Easy, boys. These janitors have a hell of a job cut out for them. I mean, I wouldn't go in there for $1 million.
You might want to start asking your questions now.
Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Starting from the right. Boot size 44. Blonde man. In his 30s. Overbearingly masculine. Sitting on his right. Standard working boots. Size 45 or 46. Eldest in the room. Probably mid-50s. Across at the other table. Hobnailed working boots. Size 43. Gang tattoos. Mesk or Sarah Mauritian in his late 30s, early 40s. And then, standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 46. The big dick. Wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips. Rugby cap. Fingerless gloves. And numerous scars. A little under 40. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads T. Hardy, Captain.
Я не могу время делать.
In the far corner, standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 44. 40-something. Non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum? On his neck. Forget it. Let's call this one size 41. With the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face, mean, watery eyes, and 2 front teeth missing.
Ну, пока размеры следов совпадают.
In the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy. Boot size 46. Deep marks. Probably carried the victim over. He alone is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor, and you could easily exceed 220.
Big boy.
In conclusion, These 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything.
The fuck is with you, fella? What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy Boy, there's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the...
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think... Shut the fuck up, Glenn!
I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want?
Следов-то 8. Ну да. Круто. Ну да.
It has to be good, if he won't let you pursue it. Looks like the lieutenant thinks so too.
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy Boy. It's a she, and you don't like us to...
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. And you're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Смотрите, как вы грозны.
We are all watching each other.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy soon.
The pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
You mean these boots? We all got a pair. We wore them the night we took the pretty boy out back and hung him by the neck. Yeah, we did this together, all of us, until he was dead. That's why our prints are all over the scene. God damn right.
No, these 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't waste any more of your time.
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still.
Didn't they teach you anything at the
You're pretty sure you've had at least 2 years of cop school. This is where an autopsy would come in handy. You have to work with what you know.
Titus, you don't have to
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if it all adds up.
With numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right, Lizzie. I've done enough explaining here.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Right fucking here. The fucker pranced in here like he owns the place.
Titus lets the others clear out the details, so he doesn't get his hands muddy with explaining too much.
Like what, Copper? Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town. And he stepped out of line.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Seminine written all over him.
A live grenade, right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
'Cause one night he walked straight up to the mic and said, "I'm RNA's goddamn special forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all."
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there. sang some R&E's paratrooper song.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did, right there.
This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
There's slight unease in him suddenly. He regrets mentioning the rape.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. That was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah, this girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
No, you're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
You don't have to answer any of his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that.
Yeah!
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town.
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier? The representative for White Pines? The same company you are striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what? Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions. Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
Who do you fucking think does?
That's right, asshole. Titus Hardy runs the...
I think you got your answer.
No, you did not get an answer. Titus does administrative work. He pushes paper.
How many people have you sent to the Shays?
Chaise électrique is the method of capital punishment in Revachol under the Coalition.
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
The River Esperance Correctional Facility, a military prison run by the Coalition, dubbed Reunion by the inmates. The origin of the name is unknown.
Rest assured, lawman. None worse than our guy. He got what was coming to him.
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder, even if it is.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us, real law officials.
Да, конечно. Так. Что здесь находится?
With a matrix of push button, an off-key melody starts playing after.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games. Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought but the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore. So I can't help you. Please don't call here again.
A single beep indicates that the line. You ring the door. What an ominous. All you hear is static, but no one answers. You wait for a minute or two. You ring the doorbell, but looks like someone has melted. You hear static from the intercom speaker. It's.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric.
She sounds almost antique, as if her voice was being played off an old wax cylinder. The lieutenant exchanges a.
It's you. My God.
It's a woman. And no, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Michelle, just please. Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care. Ever since I came to work here,
A spot of static overrides.
it's so nice to be able to finally forget.
She sounds like she's about to cry. She doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the. Another seagull passes.
I don't know what happened either. We should probably stop playing with this thing.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call.
Сила
12
воля.
name cards on the call box read.
Сила воли же у меня ни хрена нету, да? Грубая сила, реакция. Да, нихуя нет.
An old call box with a matrix. Silence. Silence. Nothing happens after you ring the silence. No, this button looks new, but.
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
Ладно, надо... Что там, сила воли? Так. Сюда надо как-то войти, да?
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material.
Восприятие зрения. Нихуя мне ничего из этого не дает. Ну ладно. Я мог бы попробовать, но... А, подожди. Где окно было? Логовое. Я ж только что тебя видел. О. Точно, там к тому мужику ходить.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't.
Ладно. К Кумычу мы еще придем. С этой мадам еще тоже поговорить надо будет. Бабоси особо нету. С этой мадам разве что еще раз поговорить, но типа хрен знает. Месье.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Братан.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette.
Ля,
His
какой.
eyes have been.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
Поздно.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just...
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat. He.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
Martin Martinez? Good local name. Let's go with that.
Okay.
I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate?
We will remove the body as soon as possible.
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
It'll take more than rain to bring this place back.
You didn't answer the question.
I had a friend over. It was my Sunday friend.
A Sunday friend? How it makes sense. Friends are nice on Sunday. You don't have to work. You can just spend time with pals, watching rugby and drinking beer. He doesn't reply, gesturing no.
My name?
Martin?
I'd even go...
We will
Oh.
Wait, is someone else
No, not you.
And when?
Last week.
You didn't?
It was my...
A makes sense. He doesn't.
No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Good idea.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains? For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
But, hold on. What's that? For a split second, it's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
Камень.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know. He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there. If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his...
Камень.
A stone, like any other. There's a key beneath it, rusty from the...
This must be for the front door. Pity it doesn't have the apartment number on it. We'll just have to go in and see.
Так. Это не отсюда. Хотя бы Ким сейчас мне не начнет опять громко говорить. Поселение, попозже наших питомцев. Ночь. Вот так прокид. Опа. Халява. Так, это на балкон можно увидеть. Пятиконечная звезда. Пентакль.
A chalk-drawn number on the boards. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid... Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far. No reply. This door has been closed with a padlock. The chalk drawn. The shackle snaps like a twig, and the lock falls.
After you, detective.
Коммунист. Это комната коммуниста. Да. Патрон. У меня ким в текстуре. Что думаешь?
Yes?
Не думаешь. О.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kraz Marzov.
The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting. I suspect that's exactly what they are trying to do. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution.
Ну, понятно.
You hear someone walking around inside. The walking stopped. You can feel tension. A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a clock.
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant? I'm not.
Let's go. We don't have a reason.
It's generally easier to do things if...
О.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis. I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
You're still worried.
Now, what do you...
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and...
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways. If you could call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room. It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company. Ask away, policeman. Oh, that one is a scientist. A future scholar. I think he studies astrology at the community college. Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall. A symbol of what now? Ah. All I know about politics is that it's brought us more harm than good. No one lives there. It's been empty for months. Impossible. I would know if someone had... Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Breaking into a house like it's a public space. Great. Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans. People come and go.
They probably just moved. She mumbles.
Oh, you'll find plenty of Martins here. Don't you worry. Pea-brain. Someone played a trick on you. Martinez is a name for anyone.
Oops. You really didn't get the...
I thought it was obvious. Anyway, officer, we don't have the witness's name.
Yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's
Вещи смолит как черт.
devil.
Somewhere in the building, a child...
What's he in trouble for? Talk? He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's...
Thank you.
Да.
What happened here? It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great indeed.
Халява. Так. Там еще висит. Куда это тут ведет? О! Дэм. Бля, наоборот, что-нибудь на авторитет, а тут... А? Что это за звук сейчас был? Сейчас. Будем сюда.
Ruination has come. The broken arches betray them.
И я сейчас отойду на пару минут. Так, короче, у меня отмечайник еще это. Пицца. Я еще чаю себе налил. Что я сижу уже не просыхая. О, нет, просыхает. Вот, да.
A great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. Fired from the water. A straight shot into Revachol. The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling until it was destroyed. The waves of the Martinez Inlet roll over the fallen remains of the building. The dark waters obscured the better part of the remains. What didn't fall into the ocean was used as scrap. What was those arches acted as support for something greater than what you see now. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Restoration has failed. What the shelling took out was never rebuilt. A fleet, the combined armies of Occident and Grad, with Mesk volunteers, a 5-nation army, hundreds of vessels. They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful. The ships not only required gyroscopic stabilization, they were anchored into the ocean floor as well. Many are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on the water, far in the northeast. Cannons still ready to placate Revachol.
The coalition. But that was a long time ago. I think we...
He does not like talking politics of this kind.
The streets will flow red once more, a great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything.
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C. And here I was trying to be polite. Just can't win with you pigs.
Eek.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
No.
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself.
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
Or what? You'll push me off this ledge and pry the bucket from my dead hands? Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know, summon the forces of crime and social chaos
Суета.
with a wall-sized
Хуета.
invitation. Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff.
Вот для чего та стена, походу, нужна.
Here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cards. And my name's not...
She wants it to be something true. And
Yeah? Thanks. I'm sure the...
you've lessened her desire to deface the building.
Найс. Поделились мнением, она сразу такая: фу, я не буду. Класс.
I ain't no snitch, pigstein.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
The lieutenant is desperately searching for another handkerchief. Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That Ozon whore. Someone's got to keep an eye on.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershot. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques, rarely ever reach.
On a first-name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up in the world. Have you got a crush on her? Aching. Watch your back, ungulate.
Так, понятно. О! М?
А можно я половину съем?
Да хоть полностью.
Да? Я колдунь. Где колдунь?
О, нифига. Изи электрохимия. Найс. Очень найс. Я не выгляжу сейчас здесь, на самом деле. Здесь это Синди ночует, на самом деле. Так, тот выход. Понятно.
You hear someone walking around inside.
Excuse me?
You have plenty of reason to enter.
Oh, come on.
That was smart.
Вот это мув. Таблетоса. +1 звук. Чего? К способам. Подожди, это же... Ага, понял, я понял. Нормально. Пока лут набирается. Сколько стоит? 15. Что из этого, конечно, можно было бы заложить. Я, конечно, подумаю насчет этого еще. Кто ты?
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier,
Блять.
and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see?
Так, ну давай попиздим.
There are a lot of different keys. Her voice is really cheerful, despite her.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it. Why not?
Эмпатия говорит просто
Want to see
по
my
факту.
residence permit too?
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour. Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall. A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
The sum must have been puny.
Well, it does not disappear from... These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a million real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors...
Да. Весь этот риэлторский пиздеж. Как я это знаю?
I'll tell
Понимаю.
you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computer wizards. Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going... Both apartments are now unrentable. Both. I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place. It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. But that was months ago. Anyway. It was some kind... But that was months ago. Of course.
Понятно.
Give me a moment. I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them. Oh, I do like wizards. And people like that in general.
She means clairvoyant.
Так, понятно.
That isn't just a 5-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Nizov.
Это уже пентаграмма, а
during
не
the revolution.
коммунистическая звезда.
Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear to symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were
Анархизм,
already
все,
using
короче,
it.
понятно.
The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist
Ну,
in
это очень
accord
сатанизм
with the
какой-нибудь.
natural world, and at the same time above it. Because white is the color of peace, smug superiority, aesthetic musings. The triumph of capital is undeniable, but...
Понятно. Так, балкон. Халява. На данный момент. Я если еще сейчас туда хочу.
This door is made of metal and a pin. Number 28. This is where...
Let's see if anyone's home.
Ща. Подожди. Понятно.
This door is number...
Let's see.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think we should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a... Remember, tomorrow.
Да, теперь главное об этом не забыть. Так, ну что еще остается?
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
До концентрации надо вкачивать. Ну еще что-то. Так. В книжный зайти. Артериалов-то особо нету. Похуй.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to...
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only. Nothing. Why aren't you browsing the books? Don't you...
She speaks almost as if she's... Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from... You see some kind of charm. An irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, this is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to inhabitants of Elysium. Aside from poking at it, suspicion.
Ладно, конец потом. Последним, наверное, буду делать это. Когда буду выходить отсюда.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. Crime fiction is a disgrace. And as in these books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon... You see Dick Mullen on the job. Get me Mullen. The stalwart adventures of Richard. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the murder house. The final case of Dick Mullen. Yes, there's also the dame who did it. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. Another one for death. And, of course, Dick Mullen, the murderer. In order to... After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen?
Скорость реакции.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime. Your quick eye notices a small caterpillar crawling across the spine. A worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic hard-boiled phase. The premise seems to be that Dick Mullen is framed for the murder of his best. Could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals? Perhaps you're drawn to the dark and noirish atmosphere. Then this is the book for you. The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring. Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda. This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are here. Another, far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme. Ozon, Laurentide, Fas a la Mer, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands, all just specks of disintegrating into... In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou, in a bookstore. You can, on Caillou, Revachol, a single black star, on Ozon, Fondelier, and Vilmandoux, on Archipelagos, Croyan-Morin, Villiers, on Seminine, Olduvai, and on Laurentide. Lost little pearls. 850 million people live on these little dots. The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all point connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, and you have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods, but looking at them makes you feel all. Perhaps they are gods. God, the north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie,
Нормальный килл, хорош.
Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity.
Зашел такой хоинг. Спать.
This is Revachol East. Hudon, it's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forberg. It's almost as bad, and much larger. Then Coal City. It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is, north of Jamrock, the strip of coast next to the Greater Revachol Industrial Harbour. It looks downright despondent. It's almost Coal City, to be honest. No, this is somewhere to be. This is all you have. But it's still something. It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture post. Still, it's detailed.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though. That old thing? It's an out-of-date map of a tourist from when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue. They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further by going to the Interact tab in your inventory.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Самообладание, сила воли. Так, секундочку.
The worn map features the patchwork grid. Your finger moves through the various streets. Finally, coming to a halt on the...
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the Map tab.
Ну, короче. Понятно. Так. Здесь у нас
A
что?
small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous and endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art. The books in a board game section. There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition mega setting supplements module. That price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition mega setting supplement.
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure, or perhaps Browbritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite
Who are you going to play board games with? Are you actually friends? Or just colleagues thrown together by circumstance?
Friends are technically like family. For playing with friends, I'd recommend lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types. You know, I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. That they have rituals where they try to summon
Вот вы Ведьмак видели на канале Антидота СР. Поехали.
Just as you're about to pull apart the curtain.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's parapsychologically speaking, we're dumb if you decide to open them.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains. Why? It's not like anyone was killed there. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtain. Thank you. Let's just talk about this first.
What are you, a coward?
There is something mysterious about the curtains. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang.
Ладно. Потом можно будет. Главное не забыть. На. Так. Харди все не очень. Там кучу можно получить. Опять этих
Now it's turning
проспросить.
into a kind of a snow limbo, man.
Стабилизация. Подожди, у меня же... Да, у меня очко есть. Ладно. Еще где-то 20 реалов надо достать.
Everything's still cool here, officer. Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs. That's very cool. A lot of the coolest detectives do drugs. Sadly, I don't have any drugs on sale. Or at my home. That's cool. Especially after you already said you're into them. All the coolest detectives. That's even cooler. You investigating that and all. But, I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder, and he's an asshole.
Realizing he can't get out of it.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream. Exactly. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole with ingenuity. Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy.
And what?
Crowd. You know, the drug crowd.
No use. He's not telling us. He's too afraid. We need to take him to my station and ask him there.
Okay, look. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I spent 15 years...
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her.
Interesting. Could this driver be connected to the Hardy Boys?
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now?
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her.
It could be. She was strange.
All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detectives. Both of you. You deserve it.
Так. В риторику потом. У меня же на риторику ни хрена нету, да? Из этого нет. Да, у меня ни хрена нету. Так. Что еще тогда остается? Теперь я только в другой день достану. Для этого мне нужны проверки.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to... I don't know what you're talking about. Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Evashal West. You don't run Martinez. You don't...
No. He means La Puta Madre.
A legendary, and not in a good way, crime boss from Jamrock. Controls what looks like the lieutenant has a plan.
Yeah, him.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all over the...
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. Dirty fucking peonies who'd do anything for him. Multi-ethnic drug addicts.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating...
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peony's job to find out who that is. It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Padre Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the law.
You've seen the corpse in the yard, yes? You took a peek.
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
The lieutenant turns. I've softened him up as best I could. Now it's on you to finish the job.
Сумрак. F5. Сейчас сделаем. Где-то у меня там было... Где. А что-то из этого было? Нет, сумрак -1. Блять, а где у меня была эта хуйня? Или мне казалось, что эта хуйня у меня была? Сумрак +2. Это штаны, твою мать. Сколько? 42. Хочу ли я вкачивать поинт в это? Ладно, поебать, я зацепись камеру.
Men like this only respect two things. Strength and fear.
Быстро, бля! Показывай.
Fuck you, I told you.
There. His voice grows smaller as yours.
Я буду ебать тебя до конца своих, блять.
Look, fuck you, man. It's some lorry down there. Green, banged up thing.
When did she go?
I don't know. I don't even know her name. She just rolls with the fleet and acts like a big shot. Some dyke, probably. I haven't even seen her for days.
Now it's not a big deal for him anymore.
Past the monument. Down there. The Green Temple. Now...
A small temple by the monument. Green. Let's get...
Looks like he got his adrenaline up, too.
То-то же, блять. Ладно, это было сильно, конечно, со стороны Рафаэля Амброзиуса Кусто. Так, ну, ты бежать будешь? Зеленый. А, вот он, зеленый.
This screen found A to Z contemporary is part.
This must be the one he told us about. Unless he was lying.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered. The door is locked. There's no picking this lock. The owner...
Use the pry bar to smash the window. Open it from the inside. This has been hard enough. No need to make it any harder.
Бля, если таким говорит, поебать, поехали.
This screen found A to Z
28, грубая сила. На грубую силу еще есть. Работать. Химия. Химия.
This screen found A to Z contemporary. Pry bar in hand. You take a goddamn maggot. Drag your ass to... Looks like the window might be shatterproof. You may have to rethink your approach. Another futile.
This has been hard enough. No need to make it any harder.
He smashes it into the window. Droplets of glass fly everywhere, shattering over the lorry floor and pavement. The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered. A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty. It's an issue of Peripherique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine.
The Uland frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
The pull-out toolbox like these are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s. One of them particularly catches your eye. The actress is draped in a sheathed dress, one of her shoulders bared. Wait, doesn't she resemble? This is Tijon, a starlet from the dawn of cinematography, less known for her talent. She wasted away in a drug den called The Door to the River, not far from here on Boogie Street. The actresses, it looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to...
Strange. There are so many radio stations set here. Must be over 100 at least. For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation. With
a 20-kilometer radius at least. Perhaps extended by an attachable antenna.
Doesn't look like it. It's
the smell of a... You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been casually thrown there by the disorganized driver. But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle. Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Sandpaper? A novel technique? Yes?
Do the honors, he thinks. Connect it yourself.
Which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching. Looks like her, yes. Now we know for certain who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation? Understood. We should still go and see what Titus has got to say on the matter. Are we finished with the lorry?
The movie stars us. He closed the rusty old...
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Before we return to Joyce? All right, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep. Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation.
Да хуя чего говорит об этом.
I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net.
This means it's well funded. Technology like that.
I'm not sure what the ULAN frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks. And last but not least, it looks like the Hardy boys knew this driver, as we know that she was present at the lynching. This may be the Union connection.
The probe and the case converged, he thinks. This was quite the find.
As elegant as they are.
Don't be fooled. Desire always plays a role.
Yes, well...
Unimportant.
As
Don't be fooled. Desire...
Yes, well...
Unimportant.
Ну ладно, это все равно к одному приводит.
Like Joyce told us, yes, logistically. But don't expect to bust this open during our stay here. At best, this is an angle we can use against them, to other ends, as extra ammunition. We should return to the murder case, see what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my... There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation. Sometime later, when we are done here. The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome. All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either. Debrief over, after you.
Так, ну хотя бы хоть что-то. Монолитно.
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Don't say anything. Size him up first.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology? It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, I'm Sandwich. What is this androgynous display?
Merely standing up makes you sweat profusely. Your breathing is erratic.
Stop it! You are... This display of weakness may appeal to older women with a...
Jean-Luc, his body is betraying his degeneracy pretty hard. Maybe you can ask him to leave.
Нет, особо нет. Ничего не даст.
But don't say anything. Size him up first.
That is precisely
the negligence that has led you to succumb to Valrul. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Valrul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental.
Show him the ham still got it.
Begging for help. Attempting to pass fear. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture. You will be superseded.
It is, baby, yeah.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war.
Да, привет, Пронко.
Bring your troops to the Seminine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and you...
Концептуализацию сейчас сделаем. Да. Есть что еще у меня на концептуализацию? Концептуализация сюда. Ну и все.
Your race descent has
Поехали.
only worse.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
The lieutenant looks toward the harbor's electronic.
You are obviously a liberal, Sailite. A polyculturalist. I can see it from your love of microtechnology and your sartorial choices. Do not deny your friend the truth you have denied yourself. There are three categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. And the vile CF race cauldron of pederasty. Which one do you need education on? Those are the Simonese, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the Maun, of course. The Maun are riddled with eczema to the point where they find it impossible to smile. They are all lactose intolerant, a common result of inbreeding. A receding genetic pool has led the Maun on reprehensible street parades in Maun cities like Stadskanal and Vredefort, wearing wooden clogs on their feet and little green tassels on their hats.
Да.
The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the ancient Meteorans of Meteo by the golden Pisantic Sea, the Suren of Sur-la-Clé, and even the North Königsteiners, all have Type A race. The other large Mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow and oleaginous to count as a heroic race. True, they are violent and expansionist, but they have a glandular problem. Overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brains, making them listen to El Mariachi music and eat toxic minced meat-based food, which in turn only produces more sebum. As proven by the Maun and the Mesk, Occidental Type A is in retrograde. The Semenese and the Areopagites are on the ascent. The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Semenese are powerful, mesomorphic. The former is an immutable progenitor, unchanged since the Super Isola of Pericarnassus. Ancient brains rest in their slender skulls. The latter is perfected and adapting. Together they form the Semeno-Areopagite or Simeopagite super race. That is all. There are no more Type A races in the world.
Nature was not capable of more.
Type B are the unheroic races, amorphous non-competitors of the great race. The Koikos and the Vacholier, they are mud-colored people.
The Koikos of Grad, Hugo, Zimsk, Chest et al. Are what you would call white, officer, in a suspect description.
To an untrained eye, the Koiko appear white and pinkish, like a ham sandwich. But look into their eyes and you will see. They are of an distinct muddy color, and so is their skin. Unhealthy, sweaty, and ashen. Pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries of advanced ballistic warfare and cultural domination that the Grad people have undergone for drinking alcohol and smoking the degenerate tobacco and for eating potato. The Koiko, the countless micronationalities of Grad, are all inexplicably obsessed with potat. The only thing they like more is dividing into microscopic ethnostates, like political amoeba. The Vacholians, halfway between Type A and the racial cauldron. Two makes to know right from wrong. You tried your degenerate little revolution, which was the single greatest failure committed by humans in our 82,000-year history on this planet.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
The revolution came to Ravachol from Grad, in Zarath ridden potato carts. It is literally an illness, a prion disease that leaves the parietal and frontal lobe ridden with holes. A soft, sponge-like mass of dementia, hallucination, and paranoia. The revolution is fatal familial insomnia. A hereditary prion condition passed from the Koiko to the Occidentals. But not sexually. Probably through trade routes and potate acid, the prime component of the potato plant. Enough of Tibet tips. The F are a museum of failed chimeric experiments and tragic maladaptations. They are tortured creatures waiting to be put to sleep. Your morbid interest in them worries me. Lesser races like the mosquito, a grotesque mixture of a Mesk woman and a Semenese man. Only possible if the mother is Mesk and the father Semenese. The other way around, they fail to produce offspring. The mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey. All they have left is to ride customized motor carriages with hydraulic suspension, listening to aggressive El Mariachi music to vent their...
It seems unlikely that two human beings produce genetically sterile offspring.
Then there is the Simino Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know of the Koiko, as you know, are very servile, especially when they meet the rich man. Racial scientists have toyed with the idea of crossing the Simonese with the Koiko to produce a super worker of Simonese strength and great servility. This will never happen. The Simonese and the Koiko may have similar interbreeding problems, but enough. It is cruel to... You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have not even worded the mystery, let alone solved it. We will.
Access to the Union is important for our investigation.
Am I mildly worried he might take it?
You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. This clarity does not come instantly. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, Tibere Vasholian. Your love for disco music and venereal disease?
Это было туго.
The unpromising, right?
Мне надо избавиться от чего-то, чтобы можно было запихать. На это еще очко навыка надо тратить. Я сохранюсь, конечно, но это будет люто, если я это проебу. Но поебать. Ой. Я же надеюсь, и не это. Подожди. На, во. Так. Майка это есть. Есть. Грубая сила.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Провал.
How did this happen? Your little fist is in his...
You must be out of your mind, degenerate drunk. Say it.
Your fist cracks in his hand like a right...
The words to the song.
Your hand twists in his grip.
Good. Now leave before you humiliate your homoerotic organization any further.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't force us into situations where I may have to shoot random civilians. I'm not even sure the one bullet my chamber holds would even prick that hug. We are not here on some political quest. We are here to solve a crime. We are not here on some And you're just going to let him manipulate you like that? Let's think of some...
No. You should. What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions. So it's also about that. But it's time to become a citizen of the kingdom. I knew we could trust you.
Ладно. Хуйня идея. Мне она лично не нравится. Ну ладно, вернемся к этому потом.
All that wondering, man.
Типа, я могу взять... Что у меня там? Это можно так разблокировать. Давай. Пусть будет так. Пойдем на трупак еще раз посмотрим. Я, наверное, на сегодня закончу день и хватит с меня.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is
active.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow!
There he still is. Look, the smell is repulsive. It pushes in.
-1 урон.
Too late. It's until a pool of vomit lies under your feet.
Keep it. The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. If you can handle the headache. Some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor. I can't handle the headache.
It's more likely he can handle the smell.
There's the fruit nearby. Maybe they have... There's a greenhouse here, and a gardener with a wheelbarrow on the corner of the whirling rags. If she works here, she might have something for the smell.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
Ага. Можно пойти, в принципе, реально достать.
A colorful...
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. Is this...
She looks up from...
Yes, what we have is there, in the medicine cabinet.
A small cabinet on the wall is...
Okay, don't, like, overdo it or something.
Надо с трупаком сделать и... Что еще? Джойс. Про днями этим поговорить. Надо будет дойти до ломбарда и продать вещь.
There he still is, looking right through. There he still is. You crack open the ammonia ampoule and breathe in. The odor of death is still stronger. It's a spell of the mind telling you to...
They do after 7 days, yeah.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial
Причем
in
это понятно,
strength.
что это рабочий такой, ну, типа, грузовой ремень.
We should have a look at that belt before we even consider taking him down. It looks worrisome.
The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger...
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots.
Сабатон. Блять, сабатон даже здесь, а я сабатон провести не могу. А тут это, блядь, броня нахуй.
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the... under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. Piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd if they didn't. We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know. No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirts we found.
Это еще и скуна говорить.
And this kind of armor is often worn under fabrics.
Nice. That makes sense.
They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre, the Mazda, the Besmerties and the like. This one still has his underpants.
Fucking talking about underpants.
Piece by... We should keep a lookout for... No.
Nice. That...
A good point. He could have been intoxicated, or something we cannot yet imagine.
What was that? Was the lieutenant just impressed by your unintuitive guess? He was. Why else would he call it a very good point? Does this mean you're a very good detective? Possibly.
It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics. For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
Ooh, damn.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real.
Not too much, yes.
The lieutenant nods, wiping his finger on his sleeve.
That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company. But that's just hearsay.
Да по-любому наркота здесь все подмешано.
Just something I struck together from my station. An area
He's not actually sure of that. He's just being tactful.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping. The pry bar in your hand is itching for some action.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally, from plate to plate, dissipating it entirely. See?
Faint organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates until, like the scales of some ancient white monster, cracked and pearly.
Жесть.
This feels dangerous. Are you sure? The stench fills your nostrils.
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head.
Brutal!
You're about to pull his head off.
Do it, Homo!
Yes, that's what I said. You'll compromise the coroner's case if you do.
Indeed. From this angle, it does look like the neck isn't going to take much more. Being dead for a week.
What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boot? Try what exactly? I don't think we should do anything just for the hell of it. Besides, there's no way you're getting them off. All the organic matter in his body has been flowing down into the roots. They are fused to his feet now.
There might still be a way to peel them off, but first the body needs to be down. And second, it would probably be better if the lieutenant wasn't around.
Не, это слишком.
Alright then. You can pay the hostel bill in honor points. How many honor points have you collected? Of course there aren't. You still feel as though there might be some honor points. And if there are, you've surely earned one.
Yes.
Processing will take care of them. With the situation in the morgue, it will yield nothing. But we must pick our fights.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. His torso covered in... The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt. Big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under 6-rotor airships.
Жесть. Это какой-то слишком лютый трос. Петля это.
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them. The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand, without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves. Right now, everything seems to fit their confession. I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle.
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory. The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt, limbs limp and torso covered in tattoos. An intricate web of blue lines
Может, эту хищ что-то могут дать.
From the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. His corpse is marked by stars, alcohol, and heartbreak. Your fist clenches suddenly. Decay is creeping on the tattoo. Already, most of the canvas that's holding it has darkened. Now, it disintegrates slowly, letting out a stink.
A map of the stars. I do see some similarity to astronomical charts. Great Century Messinian, maybe. But this seems more particular. Customized somehow.
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice. The principle of this filter remains unknown to you. The thought dissipates, and you...
So am I.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera.
This is the first time he openly acknowledges the kid's existence.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper.
In case we need it. It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter. To us. Someone should decipher it. Sure. Just don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the photo paper. His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess.
I'm gone. Into the wild pale yonder. In the past. Way out in the west. I'm a joke. Look at me. There is nothing funny about Joe. A killer. A motherfucker. And a killer. Go ahead, Coppo. What do you mean? It's the power of your imagination.
Yeah, man! Don't be crazy! Inanimate objects and dead people can't really talk to you. Your wild imagination is doing this. Ask some more of those questions you love so much.
Finally, schizophrenia.
He loves those. Because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions? Here you go, you loony. Fuck no. You're no Rooney.
Конечно, меня зовут Рафаэль Амброзиус Кусто.
Listen to yourself. You're not a Raphael anything. You're probably just Harry or something. That's right. Harry. You might be onto something there. Because you have. Fuck no. Between you and me, your name is probably Harry. You can be anything you want, brother Coppo. Do I remind you of someone?
A child born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up miraculously.
There you go. Look at that bright kid. We're birds of a feather, you and I. Soon you will be just like me. Just
feeling nausea, vomiting, tenderness or pain around the liver area, tiny red lines on the skin above waist level.
Come back later, Corporal.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green. This is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. You can use it to see if the corpse has been tampered with. Does his position at the time of death match the discoloration? Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
Ну, типа, где онемело все получается.
I see it. His neck too. The lividity goes right up his chin. We have good, well-pronounced discoloration here.
The monster comes back into focus. An explosion of color, coursing with...
So, what do you think?
Я думаю, что он труп.
Agreed. Especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports a hanging.
Типа, какая-то самосуд какой-нибудь. Типа... Если следить на 8 человек, то тупо перед деревом хорошо, блядь. Ну, вряд ли это может быть что-то еще. Right?
Everything here seems to corroborate that assumption, but we should still get him down before assigning a probable cause of death. I agree.
There are crow's feet in his eyes.
Totally dead. Absolutely. They do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little...
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
He means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal like.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet.
Ну логично,
Purged
когда
liquid is dripping into it. Drop
челу
by drop.
вешается, то ослабление мышц идет. Вешаешься и буквально обосрался.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time.
Полукилограмма, нихуя там сколько должно вмещаться.
What are you saying?
Talking about shit.
Maybe.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air.
Of course. You have come back.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos,
По факту,
and extremities blotched pink and blue.
типа, все варианты посмотрим. Так что...
The steel reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship strength material. Someone else? You mean like the police? Sadly, yes. The whole RCM is out there right now, doing the exact same thing we are. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast. I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspect in this case.
I would really prefer if there was another way. These people might have an agenda. But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt.
Climb up there and... There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shit!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Ветка жирная. Отстрелить где-то вот этот вот кусочек ремня.
Where? Ah, yes, I see.
Yeah, now we're talking.
They'll miss!
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea.
Это тупая идея, ну сука, хорошая.
Silence. With his and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops the paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks, securing it in place. That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzleloader.
Finally.
Aesthetic, frugal, one of the most common firearms in the world. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in.
God damn it.
Эх, собака пес.
He feels bad about it. About his eyes mostly. Just having bad eyesight. Probably from.
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped.
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance. It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like Go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Just don't lose it.
Бля, главное пистолет не потерять.
This is the sorriest pair of pigs Kuno's.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana poika. Take it and shoot.
The cold piece of bakelite and
Я не
gunmetal
хочу
is
языков
surprisingly
слушать.
light. Your fingers fit right through the guard, instinctively resting on the trigger.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth?
Пизда координация.
Miss.
your field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming entire. The slow movement of the branch in the wind, and you'll show.
Look, he's crying. Or what? You gonna fuck me? Or what? You gonna fuck me? You wanna fuck me, pig? Is that what this is about?
Попал по нему.
A plume of smoke erupts from the barrel. You missed the belt, but hit the corpse straight in the.
Oh my god, he's gonna fucking cry. I knew it. What a mulko.
Зареветь, ты же очень чувствительный, бля.
I agree. Police work is overrated. It is trying and stressful. However, it is still our job to get the dead body.
It's not the gun's fault you can't shoot.
Pigs don't have hands. They have like.
Kuno has hands. Kuno can shoot that shit down for you.
That's preposterous. What are you?
We still need to get him down somehow. The bad way. The way I didn't want us to. By asking the harbor for help. They have the tools and the men. If they put him up there, they can take him down too. To ask the suspects for help with the victim's body? To be indebted to Evrard Clare? Very much, yes. Clearly we can.
Suck my dick, bitches.
From the gates, by negotiating or fighting. I'm unenthusiastic about fighting. Or we can try to find...
To the gates. Let's fight, I say.
He's a dangerous and corrupt man, and we cannot predict what he will want from us in return.
Yeah? Don't go being someone else's bitches. You're Kuno's bitches.
Эх.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged man. It still kind of looks like gone. For you to discover. Someone close to the victim, someone who knows about history could tell.
Так, это понятно. О, кстати, осмотр тела закончен.
Yes. What do you want to know? Good.
Он мне так и... Она он мне не даст сказать ему. В порт особо хрен попадешь. Чё тогда? Подожди. Да, навык-то есть.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Да, пиздим.
Again. Just
Good one, Titus.
Ну тут нифига нету. Ведь это нету. Чтобы что-то попробовать.
like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in Precinct 41 Kilo.
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprints. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grâce?
No, the thunder is his. Leave it to the lieutenant.
Thank you. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade because it's all controlled by you. You're the drug trade.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course. Thank you. Theoretically, of course.
He seems genuinely surprised.
Titus, I'm amazed. Where is the same professionalism when it comes to other topics? You're doing great. I hardly have...
I don't know, Lizzie. I guess theoretical things don't make me emotional. Now.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardy boys here.
My answer is... fuck off. Mind your own business. There is no 8.
Finally, you got something out of him.
And here we go.
I know! Fatty walked on all 4s. He's so fucking fat, he left 2 sets of footprints. Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all 4s. Anything else you need?
Понятно. Так. О, сейчас можно будет с этим челом что-то перетереть. Ладно. Пойдем тогда за... Зачем идти-то? Так, на ту сторону, ну, еще завтра перейти можно. И... Ну, сейчас... Концепт у меня только сейчас вроде бы прокнет. Расовая вот эта вот херня. Чтобы пройти в порт. Что остается сейчас только с Джойс поговорить. 20 реалов на лютате нормально.
Good. What can I help you with? That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
Женщина, это и есть самосуд.
Better not tie the fourth stay to the bat stay on this. I hope there is...
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
That's the man who was killed. Better not tie the fourth...
Понятно.
Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered? It doesn't really matter. And I do apologize for the surveillance. While clients can't afford to be blind at a time like this.
Старая продажная.
One of the tall buildings overlooking the roundabout, most likely.
In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official...
The lieutenant is about to interject. Cut him off. This decision should be yours.
Не, пусть Ким скажет.
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to confidentiality. I'm sure you understand.
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I trust you with the rest. Now it's my turn.
Ну вот, сделали, в принципе, с Кимом мы
I
договорились.
wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it.
The words bloodbath
Опа!
sound cold in her mouth.
Резня.
And strawberries.
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
Опа.
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle pure.
Who are they exactly?
Crenel, an Oranese military company. As far as I
Жесть.
know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat
Ну вот
experience.
броня, собственно, на
They
ногах,
also have
которая...
trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian
Еще,
environment.
еще и посттравмат.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night.
Ну, что, собственно, совпадает с историей Харди.
Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbor. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenel contractors carry out their orders, for now.
Еще где-то 2 чела
It's
этих.
a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
Пиздец.
Surely you're joking. These people are killers. My only hope is that yours provides a single, concrete suspect before they indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put, if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
They would have to project.
The Debarder have over 2,000 men. It will be...
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty.
The Seraï's giant hornet, the world's 2nd largest insect, can kill 40 honeybees a minute, while a group of 30 can decimate an entire hive of 20,000 bees in less than 4 hours.
These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all. As I said, a bloodbath. Too many things have already gone wrong. Nameless, badgeless detective of the citizens' militia. All we can do is keep that which is not from following suit. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation. Yes, I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
Since you are sharing, man, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be. Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative. It's a matter of days, not weeks. They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
Vigilantes. You're a professional officer of the only legitimate authority in Revachol.
Somehow, I doubt that lecturing them on the legitimate use of force will persuade them to stand down. You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
This is so embarrassing.
You
have no
варишься?
idea. There's something wrong with your brain.
Ma'am, with all due respect, I've been around Martinez, and there's a giant hulk of a man in ill-fitting clothes at the harbor gates.
Not a terribly good actor, that one.
And the other must be in one of the 4-story buildings overlooking the roundabout. He or she was reporting back to you while we were canvassing the lorry drivers.
That would afford a good vantage point. Still, I hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest. If you mean did I see him alive? Yeah. Lely, his service name, a nom de guerre most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one. He was 40 or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age or gauge his facial expressions.
What else? Nationality? Accent?
He was Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian maybe. His injury gave him in a way it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once. Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it. The remaining contractors, their tribunal, that the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around.
The lieutenant consults his...
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching. Where did it take place?
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him. That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor. About a rumor.
You'll meet her soon enough, you feel?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell. They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors, Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands, countries that don't have a good record reporting. Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, if you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is charged with coordinating law enforcement activities in complex multinational
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, ma'am?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenell. I have, and they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, of course.
For about half a minute, in silence.
It was taken with a Trigat not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth.
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies. I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers. Close. Port cities. This is an Oranese map of the waterways. A sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption.
Where is he now?
I would say he's near the Arcade Islands by now, ready to exit the Elysium and into the Pale. If I've read his home address correctly. Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oranese capital.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Petto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial Revachol. Those are the two constants.
Ну, понятно, Ревашол.
Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Inter-Islary Age.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand his platoon members? The other contractors, though.
Surely there are other people to ask about the tattoo. This is not necessary to complete the task, officer. It's a dangerous side task. Search elsewhere.
Ну
I
ладно.
am relieved you think so. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security. Is there anything else I can...
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez. The air suddenly feels calmer, more transparent in a strangely tender way. It's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience. It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances in all of human history. Increment. Yawn. You'd get there fast. History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to... That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually, increment by increment. Tisk tisk. Just because you live in the present doesn't mean you have the right to place your needs above the needs of the... You may never live to see the Kingdom of Conscience. Your children may not. What rationality? What a fucking joke. Do you believe the status quo is preferable to chaos and bloodshed?
No.
There you have it. Sometimes holding the line is progress. The kingdom is difficult to comprehend, partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The Kingdom of Conscience is post-capitalist. It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual.
Nah.
What you want is immaterial. The Kingdom of Conscience is coming, whether you like it or not. Advanced race theory. Everything is calm in the eye of the race storm. Your mind is lucid and bright. The mind-bending phylogenetics appear more distant and, to be fair, a little ridiculous. The great race mystery has cleared up. All that's left to do is verbalize your thoughts. Go and talk to Measurehead about your newly found insights.
Неплохо. Так, ну что тогда получается? Что остается еще? Из такого наделать. Радио бесполезно. С этим челом там проверки низкие.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Тебе риторика. На риторику у меня ни хрена нету. К сожалению. Есть долг. Эх. Привет, Джиншей, привет. Давно тебя не видел. Че, мне все еще 20 реалов надо. Получается. Наверное, под конец дня. Я, наверное... Да? Так. Не, вот автомат.
The tear machine. Your bottle's clunked. You're 100% sure you got special Hobocop money for that tear. At least.
Ну, как, нормально. С завода уволился. В 20-х числах буду в Питере. Нормально, короче, жить можно. Что так? Ну, там... Одним словом, пиздец был.
The unpromising race pupil returns. And...
Хуйня это все, пропусти меня в пор. Вот. Меня зарплаты объебали, помимо меня еще весь там остальной цех объебали в этом плане. Я такой, да ну нахер, если будет такая херня происходить, я не собираюсь там работать. И все.
Look, babe. The minion of law is also a racist. But his racism is basic and raw.
Я сматик, куда меня?
He has solved the great race enigma by describing a rogue mechanism of scientific competition.
В крайнем случае, если будут признавать это, пойду в дурку. Наверное. Не, меня так не должны, я астматик, мне... Только по факту, только в случае войны. Ну, как бы, что у нас в России? СВО, ну все.
So unadvanced.
The basic race education he received in high school has led him to think his phylum are the sole authors of race theory. An esoteric study reaching back to the ancient mass society of Pericarnassus.
Я только на панике в военкомат не пошел в этом году. И... нет, не в этом, в том году. В этом мне еще раз повестка придет. Бля. Ну, мне так придется в военкомат сходить, хотя бы, чтобы белый билет получить. Уж тогда я... Что это? Я, короче, одного врача не смог пройти своего. То, что там запись была забита и все. Поэтому в следующий раз я пойду платно пройду нужный мне медосмотр и забью хрен. Ну, по крайней мере, пока мне там не выдадут что-то. Ну, пульмонологу я буду говорить, блядь, пишите всю хуйню. Я не хочу, чтобы меня брали. Одна паника, у меня все, мне ингалятор нужен будет.
I take pity on you. You clearly want to enter the harbor bad. Like a little boy who wants to go very well. You may enter the door once. Our race conversation here has concluded.
Finally. Let's go.
Так.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Так, и чё? Так что вот. А у тебя что там по этому?
The unpromising race pupil returns. I am not the first line of defense. The hardy manlets are on the pay of the company, I answer to
Понятно.
now leave.
А, потому что дверь-то внизу должна быть, да? Или... Блять, я что-то упускаю, я не понимаю. А, дверь. Каждый рабочий член правления. Требуем демократии. Ага. Так. Нет.
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you. The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move.
Техника. На технику у меня... Хрена. На технику, господи.
The already familiar
Поехали.
cold touch of plastic. It's unclear whether you actually have muscle memory. Undoubtedly. Sure. What? Nothing trickier.
Ладно. Что это? Корпусы Elysium.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the... Because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment. To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. After rifling the pages with the magazine is divided into several sections. International developments, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note. Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, Du Cristal a la Fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turned to smoke under communism.
А ты чё, как, кого, чё, а? Шо?
But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée, unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel. La Fumée is committed to telling the radical truth. Even only 4 issues in, and it sounds like they've already... So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs...
What do you expect? It was laying around the office of the Debarders Union. They're probably bankrolling the thing.
No.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Честно? Честно. Я не удивлен. Ну, типа, когда я был последний раз, когда меня видели один раз вживую? Вот и все.
This section includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round of free trade negotiations between the EPIS nations and the Free State of Semenine.
Ну, 2 раза там было, да. То есть вот, когда это было?
You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling.
Сколько времени прошло?
Messina border. Something about bear wrestling in Samara.
Память есть такая. Своеобразная.
You really aren't interested in foreign affairs. You flip back to the front of it. Takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean arts and cult. Why they decided to title this one section in it evokes a sense of recognition and fellowship. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS. The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tournée, a critical Mazovian perspective. This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer by the subject's evident hostility to... That certainly sounds like a certain delinquent youth who likes to harass you for...
Да, кстати, эти... Блин, тут... Инициалы. Вспомнил слово. Инициалы попадаются. С этой художницы.
The actual article is surprisingly light on details, but after skimming a page or two, you gather that it has something to do with motor carriage. If you don't follow it, you only ever hear about the ludicrous spot. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of content, unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dock workers' strike.
Чат. Да. Да. Реальные люди. Просто... Чат когда как активный.
You skim the headlines.
Ну, наверное, в зависимости от того, что стримить.
Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta.
Из распродажи прикупилось вот это вот.
Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
Наверное, более активный чат был недавно, когда я 8 часов делал одно ачивку. И все. Больше ничего. Ну, не так в плане активно.
According to these editorials, private enterprise is, it goes on to call the Wild Pines a nightmarish transnational league sucking the life from the laboring classes of Martinez.
Что нет, стоять у меня же, да, что трансляции есть. Среднее число 6, максимальное 14.
You flip back to the front of the mag.
Так. Ага. А ты что хочешь? А, не. Я думал, это не то. Картотека.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave the...
Let's see what's inside. The drawer opens smoothly. Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, and the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol.
Ну да.
Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold.
Ну где? В Стиме? Мой интерес меня же и губит. Ко всяким многим вещам. Кто-то так может взять, подарить, подогнать. Я могу это застримить.
It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry.
Часть из каких-то игр, которые с рыбами могут быть популярны, так что да.
Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note. It appears to be a to-do list written in large. Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes. Special whirling borscht. Water Everart's plants. Sweep all items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
Everard Clare, probably.
Oh,
the head
Claire.
of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating.
Но если можно будет предоставить это.
Special borscht seems a bit odd in the list.
Особый борщ выделяется.
What is so special about this borscht? Code for drugs, booze, blood. Remember, Leo, all items on the
Ну,
drawers.
понятно. Так, что еще есть? Тут что есть? Магний класс. О, предмет. Все, больше у меня здесь вроде бы ничего нету.
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here. The white rectangle. This is your cloak. You can feel it.
Yes, it does bear the RCM insignia. And the service cloak issued to you by your station? Yes, yet.
As your fingers touch the tarpaulin, it almost feels like the cloak. I will shield you from the elements and give my life for yours.
Класс. Предметы... Полицейская волна. Ну, мне и это полицейская волна хватает. Но... А, нет, плюс 1 трепет. Меняем. О. Теперь мы турбо-хипстер. До сбора дождевой воды. Угу. О, так это мне не придется даже в ломбард заходить. Вообще класс. Так.
Numerous empty wine bottles glisten in the rain. Someone partied really hard here.
Well, yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you. It really doesn't. Let's turn our...
This is the night watchman's booth.
Рене Ар-О. А это же этот... Рен, это ты.
It's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit down and have a breathe.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty...
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, Rene, is dressed in a... Rene looks like he's about to smile.
Why did you take that picture of Rene?
Художественный коллаж, конечно.
You're really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but sure.
The chair is not as austere as the rest. The drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts.
I'm not here to tell you what to do, detective.
You take the painkillers. They are yours now. Oh boy, where to start? Elevated
ну это понятно,
this was a bad idea.
Короче, все побочные эффекты, которые могут быть в любых лекарствах. Буквально в любых лекарствах. Так, это заодно отвечает. Неподвижные гигантские машины. В принципе, вроде бы успевается еще, наверное, один диалог. Я так понимаю. Опа. Лут. Это лут. Лут сюда. А что это?
A rusting control panel with several knobs.
Marche, arrête.
Marche and arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. Marche. On. Arrête. Off.
Окей. Я думаю... Я мог бы... Конечно, сейчас взять кнопочку нажать, но я нажму, наверное, кнопку пути обратно. Тишина, потому что рабочие, видимо, ни хрена не работают. Ну вот и все. Мускусный запах. Че, мне монтировка нужна, чтобы ее открыть? Да. О, плюс сумрак. Класс. Звучит кайф. Бабоний. Ага. Что бабоний? Ты кто, брат?
Container, I'll turn you nice and red.
container, container, put the logos on.
The lyrics to this container song are beat. The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisunt on Muindi.
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard. He looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister?
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen.
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know. And
Folks just folks, you know.
Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister. Oh, you want Mr. Everard then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood. Guys like Mr. Everard and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Mr. Everard and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school we did when we were boys. Oh, Mr. Everard is where he always is. In his office, of course. Oh yes, born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then. Too old to lose my accent then. People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No, sir. Those are just nasty rumors.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them. Sure, mister. Bye-bye now.
Логика. Что, я не помню, у меня вроде больше нет ничего такого на логику. Логику +1. Решение. Инсталляция. Сумрак. Счастливая фотопара.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers.
The containers in the yard are green with Wild Pines livery.
Мне ачивку дали.
Rising behind Leo
На...
red in Union colors.
Я вместе отходил к Камралу, чтобы сюда ничего особо. Ага. Откуда достижение? Заслужите высочайшее доверие Кима. Типа... А? Ладно. Я думал, это где-то в диалоге будет. В каком-нибудь или в каком-то действии, но типа ладно, хорошо.
It's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard's core.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the Debarders Union logo on them.
Профсоюз, понятно.
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Says I go and tell them to everyone.
Ну да. Этот добрый мужчина точно рад струбит.
No trouble at all.
No trouble at all. Класс.
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike.
So no one is...
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so. Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off.
Don't go all bad cop on this simple, friendly fellow.
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam.
I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
Easy.
Жесть.
Let's keep this on the hard ease.
Too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the words are spewing forth. Now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who... No, he already switched to a prized fishing rod he apparently owned at some point. You know what? Just cut in there with your questions.
Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht. Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done.
Блять, эти борщ хочу.
Power borscht, huh? Never heard of a borscht that turns little
Если
guys
год
into
случилось
dogfights.
интересно.
Alcohol, however.
Блин. Что случилось за год? Да, да. Да. Все нормально. Да, я с работы греблюсь и все, наверное. На вокал ходить начал. Сменил 2 работы и... Ну вот, через недельку, что ли? Нет, до 20 числа еще вряд ли неделя. В Питер скататься, посмотреть на город с ребятами. Вот. Уши проколол.
Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside.
Все может быть. Все может быть.
Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad. Oh, sure, mister. Sure.
Особый борщ.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo.
Leo.
I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town, and Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away.
Не-не-не-не-не. Я максимум в кавера могу. Да, и тем более у меня сейчас абонемент закончился. Я просто какие-то упражнения делаю. И, ну, нормально. Но там, так как абонемент по нам, на 2. Я не помню, сколько тогда. Ну, короче, 50, в районе 50 тысяч. Если не больше, вряд ли меньше. Вот.
Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those sucre candy bars my missus likes.
За занятия.
Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio.
Ну, то есть банально у тебя есть 50 занятий. Можно сказать, на одного тебя за такую цену. Ты можешь этот абонемент использовать на 2 человека и разделить на 2. И при этом, типа, ходишь, там, не знаю, ходишь раз в неделю. Захочешь, ну, почаще ходить. У меня там как-то был момент, что я там чуть ли не каждый день появлялся, на самом деле.
But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here, and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes, poor Lizzie. She is a real sharp too.
Ah.
Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and but she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood.
For a fraction of a second.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids. Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50...
Law school? Could she be talking about the union fixer?
Looks like it.
I'm not sure what a fixer is, but she is a real nice girl. Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them.
Так. Что у нас остается? Еще здесь. Но вокал тебе чем помогает, что когда ты банально занимаешься этим, ну где-то твой голос подфиксит, да, где-то он может типа там, не знаю, не особо не, как бы это правильно сказать, петушить, когда у тебя просто какой-то такой писк маленький издается. Вот. Я таким страдал, когда пришел. Сейчас, ну, вообще ощущение, что я от этого избавился.
With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat.
Как бы для более четкой постановки голоса вроде бы не вокал нужен, а... Я не помню, как это называется, ну типа там тоже типа с постановкой голоса, вот это вот. Гортань можешь там качать, еще что-то. Ну, я не помню, как это называется, но это чисто для того, чтобы там с голосом работать полно. Вот. А вокал, ну не знаю, в моем плане вокал еще помогает как-то в каком-то плане даже воодушевиться, не знаю. И иногда бывает, что проораться, но типа на экстрим вокал я только начал ходить. И пока что я еще в плане изучения базы. Вот.
I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
He looks extremely comfortable.
Так
The
что
tiny
да.
folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks.
Ой, я сейчас буду получать урон, наверное, да?
Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized...
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of...
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead.
Hey, that's 25 real. That's good money. Think of all the stuff you could.
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
Непростой фрукт. Фрукт.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it.
Давай.
Don't mention it. But also, don't forget it. I'm just kidding. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
Опа.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. The world is swallowed by a black hole.
Твою
Only two
мать.
words
Пистолет.
escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun.
I know everything, Harry. Right now, it's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
Officer, we will deal with this later.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Блять, это слишком низкий. Ну, поебать.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun, and those children are gonna shoot themselves with it.
Но если Куна застрелится, в принципе, мир будет чище, поэтому...
Mr. Dubois.
What is this, Mr. Dubois? He keeps repeating. What is he trying to pull here? You need to cool the fuck down. Chill.
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry!
Уже стекать по столу, как алкоголь. Вот это мое любимое состояние. Давай.
Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something?
Давай, спокойной ночи. Спасибо, что зашел, рад был видеть. Заходи еще.
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's
Я
Mr.
таю. Я таю.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertain...
Okay, enough. We are here to ask...
Quick, here's your window. It is about time to stop embarrassing yourself.
Ой,
Questions will help you regain some of your lost dignity.
What? Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any jolly fat guy, but I can't take slander. Are you actually investigating this? You've hurt me, Harry. Me, a friend. But you know what? I trust you, like I trust all my friends. And I know you'll never talk to me about this again, because you don't want to wound me. So do what you want, and let's change the subject.
Thank you for your understanding. We will...
You too, Lieutenant. You know, I like you, but you never were my favorite. I'm a Harry guy.
None taken. Do we have anything else to do here, Harry?
Ah, yes. Your side investigation. Thank you. You've got some spirit clearing up phony drug accusations alongside this murder. I'll talk to the mayor and see if I can get you the key to the city, Harry.
Actually, Rivershell doesn't have not even a speck of anger in his voice. That's...
Honestly, I didn't want to bring it up, Harry. I heard you have become Measurehead's race pupil. Of course, Harry, of course. You're not some kind of a fantastic racist now. No one's gonna know what you did with race there, Harry. Your race bonanza is safe with me. Word of how racy it got will never leave Martinez. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it. Of course, let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry.
That's what the hanged corpse called you.
My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you?
Amnesiac cop.
What are the odds of that?
I think the odds of that are very low.
I assure you, there's nothing to be ashamed of, Harry. You're among friends, and the good news is, I have a big fat folder on you, Harry. I'm sure you have a lot of questions to... I'm sure you had some concerns you thought I might be able to address. And you were probably right. I can.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind?
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
Ah, this?
I find that very suspicious.
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's Harry.
You don't feel like either one of these things. You know what your name is. You have a sophisticated name, like that of a count, or...
And I can work with you, Harry. Now, what else can I do for you? Well, Harry, if I were to sum you up in one word, it would be apologetic. Yes, you seem to be, a lot of the time, but right now there's no reason to be. Let loose a little.
Everard's large hands are covering the folder, but the look on his face says, I know.
I'm sure it's not that bad. At worst, he has an old RCM folder.
Harry, I just know the things that matter to our friendship, and I want you to feel free to ask me about those things. But of course, Harry, your precinct is the 41st and you live in Jamrock. You're a Jamrock boy. A long way from home, but that's okay. Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man. Do you strike yourself as a family man, Harry? That's why I like you, Harry. Of course, Harry, of course. Let's hear it, Harry. Of course, Harry, of course. Let's not linger on personal details and yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. Your gun will be found, Harry.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. Who knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And working with him might be the only way to...
Damn it, Harry. That's exactly what it means. I'm only kidding, of course.
Of course. I understand. We help you, you help us.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to help. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me. But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information...
Yes, that sounds good.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines. Incredibly talented at opening doors. And I'm sure you're going to open this one with flying colors.
Does this jiggling ooze think he's going to use you? He's got another thing coming.
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could...
You want to send someone a message that the...
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy... Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about. A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start to... Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over. Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez. Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when you can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker, too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door.
You might have noticed there's one hanging on a tree behind the...
Oh my. Don't take this question...
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt. A steel-reinforced cargo belt. It's safe to assume the Union had something to do with the murder. Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
I can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate values. But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you. Jean-Luc, my boy, I'm sending 2 police officers down. They have a dead body in a tree problem they need. And, Jean, please take it easy with the race signs. He's had enough of that. You can find Jean-Luc down at the gates, but you already knew that. Anyway, he's going to help you. I don't know what that means, Harry. Shady brew? There are so many moving... You know what? Don't even tell me. Whatever it is, do it.
He sincerely has no idea what you were talking about. And...
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're... One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that we're all trying to do what's best for Martinez here. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her, because you and I are such good friends, and I'm helping you get that nasty body down from the tree.
Whoa, that's so nice of him. Suspiciously nice.
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good
He doesn't want to see her.
I'm just a nice guy, Harry. I wouldn't be where I am now if I wasn't nice. Politics is all about emotions, and I want you to have positive emotions.
Okay then, positive emotions it is.
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go. He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long... Harry! I have little people in my organization. Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals. Yes, yes. Low balling, of course. This isn't a casino, Harry. Real people, real livelihoods are at stake here. But everything's a casino for those rich types.
His expression makes it clear.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and could... Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait.
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Harry, Harry, Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew.
If it's spilled blood you're looking for, then there certainly isn't any in his expression.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun.
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate. Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white union man. Take...
Дем. Ладно.
Rusting control marsh. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. With a surprising... The harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again. Moving this container, of course.
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers. Except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
For real satisfying.
Before you stands a cargo container. Before you stands a cargo container.
You do? There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one? You just picked one out because you wanted to... We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to talk to the Union, right?
You attempt to turn that. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions. No reply.
Ладно. Риторика. Подожди, потом, значит... Ломбард не сдать. Эх, жаль.
So, how'd you like our harbor? It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk. The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing? What a thought! Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Your dead guy was an enemy combatant. I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts of skills.
Understood. This has been of limited use.
No problem. I wish that... A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open? Oh, say no more. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say. I knew this man was a commie. And it's a good thing. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whirling in rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. Means we keep out of each other's business.
Okay, but where did...
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess. I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what we are fighting.
Who he is? Ask him about the Hardy Boys.
We're negotiating our share. Aye. This stuff, they already covered. The wolf always wants more. I like wolves.
Ауф.
All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board, so they could take part in the decision-making process. I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've made it. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman. I guess you kind of get to be the village chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners or other relevant parties, watches out for his own.
By that, you mean corruption?
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world, see? The old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. Okay, he's reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway. Sure thing.
What is this? News of the world? Talk about personal stuff. Get to know him.
Call me Mañana. I'm just a humble...
Mañana sounds like a mess word. Not a given name for certain. It's a taken name. The kind for artists, or criminals, or revolutionaries and the sort. An alias. A nom de guerre.
A name worthy of the man who holds it, friend. Names are important. I'd say a real name is what most people call you. Now that we're getting so well acquainted.
Be honest with him.
Harry. It's cool, but I'm sure you could come up with something even cooler. Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you.
Hey. Psst. Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building love, too? Good. We need tender men like you building gargantuan communism. Word on the street is it's going to be 10,000 times larger than any communism previously attempted by human beings. You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pockets, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. Okay, not in so many words, but don't deny it. Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it? Oh yeah, get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready. Too late to back out now.
Так.
The tear machine. Your bottles clunk.
Халява. Так, а что еще остается?
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? You must be kidding, right? Yeah, good one on. But this establishment only takes cash.
Frita, near the gates. They'll exchange it.
Then why are you wasting my...
Так, пока я здесь.
You see.
И завтра у него узнать про этот больше. Ну, короче, посмотрим, ладно. Ну, если халявные 25 реалов будет, кайфом.
Is this, wow. I didn't know you worked for the union, sir. Anything else?
Blow the whole thing on speed and gin.
Не-не-не, никакой электрохимии. Когда она мне понадобится, тогда она мне понадобится. Так, ладно. Если за номер заплатить заранее.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need...
An inconspicuous part.
Подожди, на заднем дворе дверь. А, подожди, это не... Подожди, цокольный этаж. Не понимает. Ключи. квартиры на цокольном этаже. Это вот сюда, очевидно, да.
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery. You try to be as silent as you can. Finally, the door unlocked. Only curiosity could account for stepping over that. There might be important information. As you hold the open door, you can...
Yes?
Эй.
This is the flag of Revachol, the suzerainty. This isn't just one sun, but there are little suns dancing around the big sun. It's an optical atmospheric anomaly the first settlers saw. Happens in cold weather. 6 small suns around the big one. This complex halo phenomena, the flag doesn't seem to mind. It's just a colorful fabric. A row of mugs sits on the shelf, a little ring. Though cheerful, the images betray the owner of these mugs doesn't like people of other ethnicities very much. Anytime the lieutenant picks up one of the mugs,
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
Так, ну хорошо. Еще один лут есть. Можно еще за борщ успеть спросить. А вообще, ну-ка.
We're still waiting for a replacement for the bull you sent sinking. Yes, the Debardeurs Union. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more.
he feels like he has to justify himself for some reason.
She is nobody.
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday. No one. The bus has been unmanned since last month.
No one has been guarding.
Yes. It's...
Look, officer. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before, René. Monsieur Claire had that booth.
The possibility of someone being in there is enough.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood.
Look, officer, can we conclude the topic of my guard booth now? Yes, it does. It's a private matter. Nothing to do with your...
You see, officer, René is the kind of man who'd rather die than admit in...
I'm fine, goddammit! No one...
No one?
Yes!
Look, officer, the
possibility...
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD. Oh, I didn't mean to imply that...
Yes, yes, yes.
He is not going to become an entrepreneur.
Yes, yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out.
Обладание. Так, хорошо.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod. The mention of mañana. Gets their friends? The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his, and then seems to wait.
Borscht need more vodka?
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits.
Vodka borscht! I love it, brata!
Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea. Honestly, the place is a powder keg. The cook gives you a long, inspecting look, then shrugs too, and seems to wait for you to speak. The man says,
Okay.
Turning it, he smiles, nodding vigorously, then pours half a bottle of vodka. He smiles and nods enthusiastically, and, chattering away in his language, ladles some brew into a small thermal cup.
Плюс физиология, класс.
The door is closed. Still, the lieutenant gives... He doesn't like...
Ладно. Так. Так, ну чё?
I saw you
Опа.
poking around in Lady Driver's lorry. She in trouble? Nah, man. I was telling you the truth. I really didn't think it'd be her. She's okay. Sort of troubled, but...
What else do you know about her?
Nothing. We just talked a bit. About life and stuff. She left me a key so I can park a lawyer if the jam broke. So, she in trouble or what? It's that bad. Man, what should I do? What should I do to help her? Yeah, maybe I should just keep my head down and work on my rhymes while I can. Oh, you know. Tommy Leham's gonna be a musician. Sprechgesang, but with beats. I've got a lot of free time on the road to hone my craft. Tommy Lam was taken. My real name's Jerry Lafitte. Tommy's way better.
It's more him. The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Эмпатия 4. Что-то еще на эмпатию есть?
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man.
In his eyes, an unfamiliar longing. It's hard to say. His gaze, the road continues for miles, flowing together with other roads, turning into causeways or bridges, ending suddenly in dead ends, or ramping up or down highways. It forms a crisscross pattern across the land. Above the Jamrock Quarter, in the form of a raised motorway, and then the never-ending to the old south, to the farthest outskirts of Revachol, through the checkered fields of farmland, upstream to the river Esperance. You cannot see. It's out of the city. Up ahead, the mist blocks all sight.
Excuse me? Man, I don't know what to say. I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, second kid on the way, waiting all the way in Diora. And here I am stuck in this shit. So what's it like? Good. And bad. An ache that brings you joy. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail of living with them. It comforts me. What about you, Cotton?
Is that what it is? This No, it's scarier than that. You're pursued by a hunter.
Hunted? By what? An ex-wife? Still, a shadowy figure.
For some reason, sire, he pays no heed to your objection, continuing instead as if it were your ex-wife. Strange.
Yeah. In marriage, you never know if you're doing the right thing. I hope we're doing our best to keep ours together, but anything can happen. Look, man, thanks for this. It's nice to talk to someone. I know it wasn't easy to ask, so I hope you find your way through your own troubles.
Актуализация. Что у нас еще под концептуализацию пойдет? Идет техника. Поинтов у меня дохуя, так что я могу и кинуть один. Я думаю.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam.
Wait, there's something here, stored away in some dusty corner. It starts like...
Whoa. What else? Silent communion. That's good. Dang, that's some great shit. You came up with that yourself.
Да, да, еще день закончу и хватит с меня.
Fucking hey. Seems I got you all wrong. Cops aren't much known for their artistic sensibilities these days. It's good to meet a fellow poet. Someone with an appreciation for real text. The others here, so you don't really get it. I get you. When they really click, it makes the world seem manageable.
You found some common ground with this man. Even impressed him. The next time you look in the mirror, though, remember those words.
Так, что мне еще надо будет сделать? Мне надо будет у этого... Блин, а он... Что там у него?
Everything still cool here, officer.
Риторика. Там риторика, авторитет. Бля, головомеру надо было подойти. Ну ладно, я успеваю, так что нормально. Пойду до головомера. Чтобы точно уже ничего не оставалось.
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you now? Yeah, the janitor who gave me the key to his apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole. Like I said before, I don't know much about this weasel, but the bossman said he's a real piece of work. Thanks for helping out, friend.
Ладно, так. Что получается, нам надо топ. Сказать то, что работа сделана.
The unpromising race pupil returns. So it was. My unpromising race pupil entered the harbor and used my superior to give me...
You're so noble, Measurehead.
But while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That someone needs to be you. Both of you. Babe, see that they stay here the whole time.
Ебать, кадр красивый. Там, наверное, пройдет сейчас.
The woman's gaze follows
So, you guys are like cops or something? Cool. I like men with guns and power. I'm Katya, by the way.
Катина.
You hear that? That sound? He's breaking something.
Он сломал ветку.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish I could see it.
Look at you! RCM rent-a-cops! Guarding that bridge like Evrod's lapdogs! Is this where it's at now? The RCM is for sale!
Spoken by a mercenary pretending to be a worker.
Блять, мне...
A shrill laughter interrupts you. Echoing, the man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him.
Как бы, сори, сделка есть сделка, поэтому...
The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with Ray's victory today. Farewell, Hamson.
Так, ну найс, чё? Труп снят. То, что еще наемник, я как бы все понимаю, но нахер. Что-то делать не, я лично не в кайф. Риторика. Риторику еще вкачивать. Блин, риторика же что-то есть. Наебал, нету нихуя. Блять, во двор. Подожди. К этому завтра. И туда же завтра. Ладно, сейчас еще что-то сдадим и типа нормально.
Mr. Dubois, every worker... That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervor now burns in your heart too. My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a...
Smooth talking? Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't act...
There is no way to sway this man in any direction. He is unsuggestible and unswayable. Just tell the truth.
You're right, Harry. You only had to unlock the door. Which you did. Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good. By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys.
Как тебе стул, кстати, больно?
Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines Group.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun. I'm talking beasts. Hardened killers from proxy wars.
Да, вот эти вот наемники.
Santa Maritza. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they did... Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container. About my fun container? It's a hoot, Harry. Who knows? Maybe you'll be in here the next time they move it. It will be very fun, I promise. But enough about me and my container. The killers the company hired, I think one of them got downright suicidal. Getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy.
By negotiator, you...
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill. There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't...
That sounds a bit like organized crime.
They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they...
Again, that sounds...
So these ideas...
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to...
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
If he's just boasting, then it sure doesn't feel like that to you. He's not worried.
Девочку адвокат. А, ну, понятно.
He places a lot of faith in that lawyer girl. Perhaps this is a tactical error. Anyway.
Racist mugs in the trash and in the apartment? You guys are just like... I have so much confidence in the ability of your organization. I'm relieved you're doing this and leaving me to do what I do.
Yes, yes. Do you think these
Oh, no. I don't cross paths like that. All I want is for you to succeed in your investigation. Believe me, Harry, he's a nobody. Just your basement variety nobody. Can't imagine him being connected, but he does live nearby. Maybe it's a pedantic weasel. Fascists are known to be neat freaks. I feel like a real detective right now, Harry. Am I getting this right?
Would he? I'm not so sure, but...
Oh, you're too kind, Harry. Way too kind.
Им
I
это
know I'm not a real
сарказм.
police officer. You are. How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes. Of course. You're always one step ahead of me, Harry. I'm no genius. I'm in this position because people like me. Tribunal? That sounds serious, Harry. We Union men should be shitting ourselves. I wish you hadn't told me that. I'm gonna lose sleep over this. Let's change the subject.
He's clearly happy about the tribunal.
Oh, Harry, what do I really think about the tribunal? You're trying to
He wants you to do more things for him before.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal. Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members. Always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
Interesting. Who's second in?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Martinez and work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer.
He's betting on them being useless to you.
But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right.
You can now go and tell Titus about them.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real. I'm not giving you anything. I'm just...
The lieutenant watches you pocket the banknote.
Good boy. A real team player. Now, do you have any more questions? Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust... Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
Пистолет, дай мне.
So you have to be a... He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
Perfect, Harry. That's perfect. My version of the left is not against the companies, it's with the companies. Honestly, what I have in mind...
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta. I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth center in Martinez. It will be righteous. There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry. On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place. You'll find it. I trust...
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very...
But he thinks it's you.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm gonna hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing. They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth center, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie. You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there is some trouble with the... Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. What? Oh, how could I forget your little side project? Well done, Harry. Well done. Don't even tell me what it was. But good...
So do I. That's one tasty brew. You should drink some right now.
Most certainly, By all means. See you soon, Debardeur.
С одной стороны, я мог бабосы не брать. Но как бы деньги есть деньги. Он сам протянул. Вообще поебать. Так что... Что остается еще? Трупак? Да, труп еще остается. И все. Пока что. На сегодня. Ой, конечно, почти тут 10 часов сижу стримлю. Бабони у меня есть. Очки для вкачивания есть. Ну, кстати, сейчас, может быть, будет здесь проверка на то, чтобы смотреть в... Ух ты ж, ебать. Чё такое, Кунчик?
You missed a good show before. A kid. He fucked the tree up.
By Either way, Kipt is a racial slur.
Shoot that shit at Kuno. Kuno doesn't.
Не, ладно. Буду дальше расспрашивать, пока что я не
Lies on the
вижу.
ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on one side.
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is too broken or compromised. The victim is ready, yes. 1. Investigation of the scene. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy. 4. Transportation of the body to the morgue.
The RCM's 4-phase murders.
The fuck are they on? A cop's gonna cut his shit up.
No, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain, from autopsy to cleanup to social work. And you are. Your station would not have assigned you on.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Shoot, Looney Rooney. Come back.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Mundi, is the world's highest summit, and the failure of the 38 single, Et puis descend, to crack the top 20 was the death knell of disco. But what a field autopsy is, you have no idea.
Энциклопедия, ёб твою мать.
You must have me confused with the Copperpedia. You, sir, you are the Copperpedia.
There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity. I'll ask you when I need you to. For the most part, maybe I should handle the contact and you take notes? That's right.
You knew it because you inspected your ledger. Yeah, we got this. Where the dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with...
That's you.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings. Just
KK57-0803.0815.
KK equals Kim Kitsuragi. 57 equals Precinct 57, followed by his date 0803 and time of arrival 0815.
Next, we've heard the nom de guerre, Lely. It's better than nothing. What's next? NA. Roughly 50.
Try 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side. The corpse looks ageless, like meat on a hook.
Mondial.
Fair to olive-skinned, from the Isola of Mundi. This is as vague as it gets. You might as well say whitish. The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial.
Fucky, fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex.
Писать пошла жара.
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant...
We're still going with March 4th. 51. What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 0503 0815. Listens.
None. At least not after the initial examination.
A strange word. Treatment.
Then again, the right lividity is easy to produce if you know what you're doing.
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds. Somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row. Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach, elsewhere yet, an obese female, sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches, and so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased.
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think. Let's see.
See? It's
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was
The boots are ceramic, vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene. The deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age, about 50. Preservation is good. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short. Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs, consistent with stones thrown post-mortem.
fucking low velocity. You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with predation. Ligature mark. Steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below. Care.
See, my.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
The belt is equally tight around the hole. The knot is the weak spot. The chain cutters fit in there. Steady now, like a flower arranger. After some deliberation, you sink the cutters into the knot. Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck.
As it ought to. This is where its grip on the curdled meat is.
Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia.
No! I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy began.
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
The dead man's penis is average-sized, congested from the downward collection of blood. The testicle.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars.
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades. Dispersal and accumulation indicates long and active combat duty.
We have a real museum here. Last item. Hands. Hands are clean. No sign of a recent struggle. I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, the stand. Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next? Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this?
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins.
Yeah, jack that fucker!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable. Respiratory system. Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen.
From here, it looks as though the clown-faced man is screaming. The tendons of his jaw are torn apart. Hyoid.
Hepatobiliary. NA. Are you a hepatobiliary expert? Same for toxicology and serology. NA. Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging. Gastrointestinal.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila. What's next on the list? Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. Oh, so we inflicted them? You mean the spin-stabilized munition from a kill? That was not a team effort. I just missed my shot. Also, let's not mention it. Muddies the water. Injuries. Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. And your opinion, officer? Agreed. Next injury? So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath, the description of injury. 2 boxes.
Right. Next. A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured. The cervical column. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible.
That's it. We have established cause of death. It's not much, and it leaves much to be questioned. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over. Well, we established probable cause of... We were thorough with the list of injuries too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances...
Oh yeah, well done, Master Detective.
Now, you see, that worries me. You will die if you drink. You know that, don't you?
Please get yourself together. The lieutenant...
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg for processing.
He's thinking, did I miss some? I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something. You run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, His torso with its swollen organs. Maybe the genitals in his breech.
Can't get enough.
Do you think we missed?
You can't shake the feeling that there are more secrets concealed in the flesh before you.
Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another examination, and we need to do it fast. It would have to be industrial in size. Let's start by asking Gart at the Whirling in Rags and the Fritz store down at the gates. If they don't know,
Fuck are you looking at, being old man? You wanna?
only if all else fails.
Or remember the buttons on that intercom over there, on the side of the building next to the whirling?
Hurry. This is one task we cannot sideline. With every hour, whatever we are looking for will become harder to find.
Восприятие. А у меня вроде нет ничего такого, да. Но восприятие не вот все.
Yes?
The man is... The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
If you think so, officer, I need a little help for carrying him to the holding pen of my kinema. I'll take it from there. Continue working here. The locals, the case, or attend to your own business. I will meet you downstairs in the Whirling in Rags tomorrow morning, 7:30 sharp.
This means Lieutenant Kisuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You're free to do side tasks. If you have nothing to do, read books or sit on the bench on the plaza.
Так, с парнями уже завтра придется говорить. Да и в принципе. Ну, нормально.
The bed is still cold from the broken... The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window.
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming, carrying you away. You're not cooperating. It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomforts of...
That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do to you?
Now, you're finally thinking about something other than yourself. Let's see how far that'll get you.
Now you've gone off the rails, baby. Now you're stuck sitting here by the train. You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people. Really looking. Sure you do.
At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours. Running...
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness?
Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time.
Ух. Так. Так. Ладно. Я просто сделаю так. Просто чтобы было. Спасибо всем, кто был. Так что давайте. Может, этот стрим будет. Но не знаю. Глянем.